Good morning. We're going to get started this morning with an invocation from the Bishop of the Episcopal Diocese of Oklahoma, the Right Reverend Dr. Edward J. Konieczny, but as we know him in Episcopal circles, Bishop Ed.
Good morning.
If you'd please stand.
Let us pray. Gracious God, thank you for this day, for your abundant blessings, and this time when we gather to focus on the needs, challenges, and opportunities for this great city. We pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, for our first responders, for city staff, and in particular for this assembled council. We pray that you would grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement. Help us to act with character and conviction, not forgetting that we are stewards of your authority. Fill us with a spirit of service, that we might be leaders for all your people with the reverence of your creation deserves. And finally, Father, renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community worthy of the human person. We ask all this in your most holy and blessed name. Amen.
Councilman Griner, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, well, I call this meeting of the Oklahoma City Council to order, and we have a busy office of the mayor, but a fun one. And so I will make my way down to the front, and we will get started. Okay, we're going to begin this morning. Alex, if you and why don't you bring your whole team up here? I know it takes a village, so come on up here. Alex, we are joined today by Alex Saucedo, the pride of... No, they're going to leave you alone? Okay. We are joined by Alex, the pride of Oklahoma City. We are so thrilled at all your successes so far. And to hear a little bit, we'll get into what the future holds, but first let's hear a little bit about you, and if the clerk would not mind reading a proclamation.
Whereas Alex Saucedo moved to Oklahoma City from Chihuahua, Mexico with his family when he was in elementary school. He started boxing in a Capitol Hill gym and fought in nearly 200 amateur bouts by the time he was 17. He was a top-ranked amateur in his weight class and the Capitol Hill High School student turned pro. Whereas on June 30th, in what many boxer observers call the most thrilling fight in recent memory, Saucedo scored a 7th-round technical knockout over Lenny Zapavigna at Chesapeake Arena. Whereas with that win, Alex is 28-0-0 with 18 knockouts and the #1 ranked challenger for the WBO title. He will fight junior welterweight champion Maurice Hooker for the title in November in Oklahoma. Whereas Alex hopes to become only the second Oklahoma City boxer to claim a world title. Sean O'Grady won the World Boxing Association World Lightweight title in 1981. O'Grady says Alex is a guy who fights with heart. He's never been in a bad fight, never been in a bad minute. He will not allow a fight to be boring. And whereas Alex has inspired young people in our community with his journey, a dream powered by dedication and hard work, which has led to a shot at the title. Whereas Alex grew up in Capitol Hill, won the right to fight for the title in Oklahoma City, and will represent the state in what promises to be one of the biggest boxing matches of the year. Now, therefore, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim August 28, 2018 as Alex Saucedo Day in Oklahoma City.
Let's hear it for that. Alex, today is your day. What are you gonna do with your day?
Wow, no. Hope everyone has a great day. I'm very honored to have a day. It's incredible. I never thought I would, but I'm gonna keep working hard and keep bringing Oklahoma happiness.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we're so proud of you. Now, let's break a little news here this morning. Can we do that? So the fight that we mentioned in the proclamation has been described until this morning as being in Oklahoma. Where's it actually going to be on November 16th or 17th?
It's gonna be held at the Chesapeake Arena, so we're bringing it back home, bringing that world title back home. So
Yeah.
we're gonna get ready for that.
Yeah, you're going to fight for the title in your hometown, right here in downtown Oklahoma City.
Yes. So I'm gonna prepare myself for that.
That's awesome. Now, I'd ask you to say a few other words if you like, but also maybe introduce some folks who joined you.
Yeah, no, thank you everyone for attending. This is my father, Jorge Saucedo, my mother, Veronica Saucedo, my daughter, Nicole, my girlfriend, Tanya Hernandez, and my little brother, Jose Saucedo. It's a big part of me. They're the ones who have been pushing me, supporting me every day, in and out the gym. There's times that are very hard that I don't want to make it to the gym and get ready, but these are the people that push me, and I make it through every day because of them. And I want to thank every one of you who came out, and Coach Scott, Mr. Man, I'm nervous right now. No, I'm nervous. No, but thank you all, and like I said, I'm hoping to bring bigger championships to Oklahoma City, and I'm going to keep working hard for that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Awesome. Well, happy Alex Saucedo Day. All right. This is yours to keep. All right. Thank you, Alex. And Alex, you guys can stay a few minutes if you want. I got a few other things to do, but I know you want to get out of here and enjoy Alex Saucedo Day, so, all right, so let's bring up, how about our quarterly safety stars? We've got Jimmy Clifton, Larry O'Brien, and Anthony Whitlock. Come on up, gentlemen. As you may know, we like to recognize city employees who have been especially conscientious about safety, which is a high priority. And so we are going to consider a resolution today. I would ask the clerk to read maybe a combined version of the three resolutions.
Whereas Jimmy Clifton has been a city employee for 33 years and is a facilities plant mechanic 1 for the wastewater quality division of the utilities department. Larry O'Brien has been a city employee for 24 years and is a unit operations supervisor for the wastewater quality division of the utilities department. And Anthony Whitlock has been a city employee for 20 years and is a facility plant mechanic supervisor for the wastewater quality division of the utilities department. Whereas Jimmy Clifton, Larry O'Brien, and Anthony Whitlock are very safety-conscious employees who demonstrate the ability to problem solve and provide solutions for various challenges associated with their work section. Whereas Jimmy, Larry, and Anthony recently co-developed an initiative-hinged bracing system for use at the Wiley Post Airport that allows employees to safely tie off to and set retrieval equipment while fitting the constraints of the Federal Aviation Administration height restrictions. And whereas Jimmy, Larry, and Anthony have contributed to the reduction of employee injuries for himself and other coworkers through this recommendation and implementation. Whereas Jimmy Clifton, Larry O'Brien, and Anthony Whitlock were selected by the City of Oklahoma City Safety Advisory Recognition Subcommittee as the most deserving employees for the quarterly Safety Star Award. Whereas this council desires to recognize Jimmy Clifton, Larry O'Brien, and Anthony Whitlock for their dedication, professionalism, and commitment to improving workplace safety within the City of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Jimmy Clifton, Larry O'Brien, and Anthony Whitlock, first quarter 2019 City of Oklahoma City Quarterly Safety Stars.
Well, you know, we have about 4,500 city employees. They are clearly, I believe, the best city employees in the country, but I'm also proud to say they're the safest. We don't ever want to lose any of you guys. So thank you for what you do every day. Thank you for what you did to earn this honor. Here's a little token of our appreciation, a little keepsake from today, along with your resolutions, which, by the way, do require a vote. Francis, can we take those in one vote, all three? Or?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion.
Move the item.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. I hope this works out. All right, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. So there you go. Thank you. All right, why don't we bring up our Senior Center Month participants. This is a big gang. Oh, they're sitting all in the back. Come on down. Yeah, you guys can.
Should be.
All right. Good luck, man. Cheering for you.
Where do you want it? Right here?
So, of course, services for our senior citizens has always been a priority in Oklahoma City. We value our seniors. We've had senior centers in the past, and then, of course, with MAPS 3, we're building some new ones that are state-of-the-art, and we wanted to recognize our senior centers today with a proclamation for Senior Center Month, and I would ask the clerk to read it.
Whereas older Americans are significant members of our society who invest their wisdom and experience to enrich the lives of others. Whereas the City of Oklahoma City operates the Woodson Park Senior Activity Center located at 3401 South May and the Will Rogers Senior Activity Center located at 3501 Pat Murphy Drive. Whereas the recent addition of MAPS 3 Adult Wellness Center located on North Rockwell Avenue and the Pete White Health and Wellness Center located on South Walker Avenue have also brought new investment and energy for senior health. Whereas through an array of activities, our senior centers mobilize the creativity, energy, and commitment of older residents, empowering them to improve their health and well-being. Whereas Oklahoma City Senior Centers also celebrate the knowledge, skills, and experiences of older persons and enable their continued contributions to the community. The City of Oklahoma City commends the staff and volunteers of all our senior centers for their diligent commitment to better the lives of our older citizens. Whereas the National Council on Aging recognizes September as Senior Center Month and has established Senior Centers Building Momentum as this year's theme. Now therefore, David Holt, the Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of September as Senior Center Month in Oklahoma City.
All right, let's hear it for that. We're joined up here by our Parks Director, Doug Cupper. Doug, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're so proud of the accomplishments that these folks do on a daily basis at our rec centers. They really make our lives that much more meaningful, and I really truly appreciate you all participating in our senior facilities. We couldn't do it without our staff. Doug Paulson is here. He's the leader of the pack for our senior programming. So, Doug, I want to thank you for providing for these folks. If you haven't visited any of our senior facilities, I challenge you to get out there. We invite anybody 50 and older to actually participate in our programming, but anybody can visit the Will Rogers facilities, the Woodson facility, the Capitol Hill facility, or the Rockwell facility. So we're growing, we're moving forward, and again, we do it for everybody in this room, but these folks make it happen, and I truly appreciate you guys participating with us.
Well, let's express our gratitude. Thank you, everybody, for coming down. We appreciate it so much. And last but certainly not least, we have our Teacher of the Month. Anthony, if you want to come on up here, we'd appreciate it. Anthony, we love this opportunity we have every month to honor our teachers, and we're so grateful for your service and excited that you are our honoree this month. And let's hear a little bit more about you, and so I would ask the clerk to read a resolution.
Whereas Anthony Chancellor has been named Teacher of the Month for August 2018 by the Oklahoma City Public Schools and the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. Anthony is a proud graduate of Oklahoma City University, where he received a Bachelor of Arts in Music Education in 2005. Whereas Anthony is in his 12th year of teaching and has spent the entire teaching career in the Oklahoma City Public Schools, he is in his 11th year at Belle Isle Enterprise Middle School, where he taught band and orchestra from 2007 to 2013. Since 2013, he has instructed students in 6th to 8th grade leadership and 7 habits of highly effective teens. Whereas at Belle Isle, Anthony serves as lead mentor teacher, board of directors, faculty representative, CPR training program co-founder, leadership elective founder creator, fine arts team leader, guiding coalition committee member, and faculty advisor committee chair. Whereas Anthony believes that one of the most important concepts he can teach is personal self-worth and the effect we have on those around us. He also believes that relationships are one of the most important aspects of life, and as a teacher, he can help students begin to understand how to develop, maintain, and have more positive relationships, influencing them to become strong leaders, effective citizens, and healthy individuals. Anthony stays involved with the community and organizes service activities for his students. One project provided over 5,000 books for a Ugandan library that was being built by the UCO Leaders in Training Initiative. In collaboration with the local high school, they donated Halloween costumes to the Skyline Urban Ministry. And one of his classes initiates a school fund drive every year, supporting the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma. Whereas under Anthony's direction, the students have visited a nursing home near their school and provided supplies and materials to make gingerbread houses with the residents. It is Anthony's intent that these service learning projects will enable students to become powerful leaders and will encourage them to start using their talents and abilities in meaningful ways to realize their potential to make a difference in our world. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Anthony Chancellor on his selection as the August 2018 Teacher of the Month by the Oklahoma City Public Schools and the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Very good. Now, that's not been adopted yet. Councilman Shadid, I believe Belle Isle is in your ward. Would you like to make a motion? Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. All right, you are the Teacher of the Month. Thank you again for what you do. Would you like to say a few words?
I want to thank the city and the councilmen and women and mayor for even having this initiative, because one of the things in public education right now that is so important is that we put out there how important teachers are. Teachers really have a huge impact on our students, just like you all have a huge impact on everything that's going on in the city. And, you know, to accept a reward like this, sometimes I feel like, what am I doing? I'm just going into class and teaching students. But the fact that people like to recognize teachers, and the more we do that, the more we spotlight the things that are happening, that's why I stand up here and receive this, not necessarily for me, but for the other teachers in my building, the other teachers in my district. We're making huge improvements in Oklahoma City Public Schools. We're going great distances to change kind of the perception and what's going on, and we're doing it with the help of what's going on here in this room. And so we appreciate everybody that's working hard to help our students, because truly they are the future. We appreciate everything that's been done.
Yes. Thanks, Anthony. All right, we will resume in a moment. All right. Well, that concludes item 3 on our agenda, the office of the mayor. And we will now move on to item 4 on page 1, council of journal proceedings. We can take both of these with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we'll go to requests for uncontested continuances. Item 5, there is an item already listed on the agenda that will be withdrawn, and then the city manager may have a few more.
We do this morning, starting on page 25 under item 9N1. Page 25, 9N1, item G, 1617 South Stonewall. We ask that that be stricken. The owner is secured. Item K, 325 Northeast 14th Street. We ask that that be stricken. The owner is secured. And item S, 2660 Southwest 43rd Street. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. And then moving to page, or down the page to 901, item F, 1617 South Stonewall. We ask that that be stricken. The owner secured. And item H, 325 Northeast 14th. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Moving to page 26, under item 9P, that's the introduction of the 5-year capital plan. We found a couple of errors on that tomorrow afternoon, so we'd like to strike that and bring that back at an upcoming meeting. And then on page 27, under item 9R, there's an potential executive session, and the municipal councilor has requested that that be stricken.
9R.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We are now on item 6, revocable permits. We've got quite a few here today, and we'll start with item A, revocable permit with the Mesta Park Neighborhood Association for the 2018 Mesta Festa, September 23rd. Is there anyone here to speak? Jennifer Bowman. If you wouldn't mind coming up, restating your name and your address.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bowman, 704 Northwest 18th Street, Oklahoma City. Thank you for having me today. Mesta Festa is an annual craft beer and music festival that takes place in Pearl Mesta Park. This will be its 23rd year. We're pretty excited about some of the changes, and one of the changes is that this year we are partnering with the City Parks Department. They're going to be a sponsor of the event. We're really excited about the growth, and thank you, Councilwoman Meg Salyer, for all that you do for our community, and we invite you all to attend the festival this year.
Great. Mesta Festa is one of the most fun things that happens in the fall. It's really a great event. I would move approval.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Have a great event. All right, we've got item 6B, revocable permit with Scissortail Community Development for the 2018 Fiestas Patrias, September 16th, using portions of Wiley Post Park, the Matt Hoffman Action Sports Park, and Manuel Perez Park. And it looks like we have Leanne Member. If you wouldn't mind restating your name and your address.
Leanne Limber, 11817 Greenwick Drive. Good morning, Mayor and council members. Fiesta Patria is sponsored by Scissortail Community Development Corp. And hopefully after today, in partnership, once again, similar to our Cinco de Mayo festival in May, will be held September 16th from 1 to 10 p.m. and is a celebration of the Mexican Independence Day. It is an opportunity for Oklahomans to come and to feel the richness of the Hispanic community, of their food, of the culture, and share in all of those festivities. We also will once again invite the consul from, or has been invited from the consulate in Arkansas, the consulate in Mexico, along with all the dignitaries, and we certainly hope that you will join us on that day.
Great. Thank you. This actually didn't have a ward listed on it, but is that is that you, Meg?
I noticed that. Yes, I think we shared.
Okay.
So let's move approval.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, passes unanimously. All right, thank you. Have a great event.
Thank you very much. We hope to see you soon.
Now we're on item 6C, revocable permit with the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust and ALSAC St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to hold the 2018 St. Jude Walk Run to End Childhood Cancer, September 22nd at Stars and Stripes Park and the Burt Cooper Trails. And do we have anyone here to speak for this?
No.
Okay. Well, we've got wards 1, 2, and 8 all implicated, but okay. All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 6D, revocable right-of-way use permit with Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders Association to hold the Walk to End Alzheimer's on October 13th on Couch Drive between North Walker and North Lee. Is there anyone here to speak for this? Just please step forward and state your name and address.
Justine Mullinax, 6601 North Broadway Avenue. And so the Oklahoma City hosts a walk every year for the Alzheimer's Association. We have one of the largest attended walks in the United States, which is really cool. It's fun to see all the Oklahomans come together and really celebrate the hope we have of ending Alzheimer's. This year it'll be held on October 13th from 7:30 to 11:30. And we hope to see everyone there.
Great.
Wonderful event downtown around the Civic Center and Bicentennial Park. I would move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Now we're on, have a great event. Now we're on 6E, revocable right-of-way use permit with Friends of the Mansion to hold Septemberfest on September 8th, Northeast 23rd, between North Kelly and North Lincoln. Is there anyone here to speak for this? Councilman Cooper?
Mayor, this is an annual event, and it has really been fun for kids to be able to come and be on the grounds of the mansion. I move for approval.
All right, thank you. We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We have a revocable right-of-way use permit with Friends of Multisport, Inc. To hold the Red Man Triathlon on September 22nd. I feel like we did didn't we? Or was that different?
One of them, it's the same one. We did, one was and I'm not sure why they didn't come through the same day. One was for the revocable for the Water Trust property, which we did last time, and this is for the...
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak on this item, on item 6F? Okay, well, seeing none, we've got wards 1 and 8.
The one thing I'd say, Mayor, this is an incredible event. There's over 900 competitors that show up, a lot of spectators, and there's a swim of 2.4 miles, a bike of 112 miles, and then they run 26.2 miles. It makes me tired just to read it. So I'd move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And now we're on item 6G, revocable right-of-way use permit with supporters of families with sickle cell to hold the Sickle Cell 5K on September 15th on Lincoln between Northeast 42nd and Northeast 23rd. Is there anyone here to speak? If not, Councilman Cooper.
Move for adoption, Mayor.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're on 6H, revocable right-of-way use permit with the Royal Society to hold the SOCA Soul Carnival Parade on September 1st on Walker between Reno and Colcord. Is there anyone here to speak for this? Okay. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Hello, my name is Brianna Mitchell, and my address, P.O. Box 1812 or 800 Countrywood Lane in Edmond, Oklahoma. And my name is Dominique Heiston. My address is 14300 North May, Oklahoma City, 73134. So I'm the CEO of the Royal Society, LLC, and then this is my CFO of the Royal Society. This is our first year and a half of being in business. We're going to have our first festival, so this has been super fun, getting acquainted with having festivals, so we've learned a whole lot. Soca Soul is absolutely like the ultimate festival of life, so we're going to bring some culture to the city, trying something new. We're going to bring some West Indies culture, some Caribbean culture. It's going to be lots of dancing, lots of soca music, lots of hips, lots of dancing, lots of loud pounding music, so it's going to be a good time. Lots of food. I know everybody likes food, so it's going to be a really great time. We look forward to starting at 12 o'clock, 12 to 5 at Bicentennial Park, and everybody is invited, so we'd love to see you all there.
Great. Tell us about the Royal Society.
The Royal Society. So we started this just basically as a women's empowerment group. We want to see women trying new things, taking risks. We like to basically not take no for an answer. So we like to do things that people have never done before. We like to go in places that people don't typically see women. We like to get our hands dirty. We don't mind taking our heels off and doing things and really just doing things and taking risks and trying things. And we just like to get out there and do it. Yeah. So, yeah.
Come on down to Bicentennial Park on September 1st. Move approval.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll cast...
Excited.
Good. Cool.
Really excited to see this happen. Great.
Thank you so much.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll cast our votes. Passes unanimously. Have a great event.
Thank you.
And now we are finally at 6I, revocable right-of-way use permit with the Uptown 23rd District Association to hold Uptown Fun 5K on September 23rd on Northwest 22nd between Chartel and Lee. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. J.B. Shoeline with Uptown 23rd. My address is 404.5 Northwest 22nd. This is our second annual fun run. It starts in Uptown and ends in Mesta Park just before Mesta Festa. We're looking forward to all the proceeds of the event benefit the continued renaissance of Uptown. So I hope you'll come visit and consider running. It's a great event. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
We will all come and join you. And I want to, JB, thank you for your service on the Traffic Commission as well. Really appreciate all you do for the city. And I know you're also involved in Mesta Festa, so thank you. Let's move approval of this event.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll cast our votes. Passes unanimously. Have a great time. Sign of a healthy city is a lively, revocable use docket. So that's great. Looks like a fun fall we've got. That concludes item 6. We will recess the council meeting, convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, a body that has the same membership as the council, and we have 4 items here that we can take with one motion. We've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll now adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. And we have several items here, including one that requires a presentation. So maybe before we get to motions, you want to go ahead and do that?
That'd be great. We're doing a refunding on some bonds out at the fairgrounds with CVB dollars, and Craig Freeman is here to talk to us about that this morning.
Thank you, Jim.
And this is in regards to item D.
That's correct. There's also a companion item that will be on the council docket where the council has to authorize this debt as well, which is council item 9Q. And so I'll just cover both of those in this. This is a refinancing or refunding of the 2007 OCPPA hotel tax bonds, and as Jim said, this is actually repaid by the 3% portion of the hotel tax that supports the fairgrounds and is for fairgrounds improvements. These were initially issued in 2007. We had an opportunity where the bonds are now callable, and financially it makes sense for us to do this. These are being refinanced for savings. The estimated savings on these bonds is 8.2% or $1.3 million in net present value. We do in the item have a request to waive competitive bidding because it's a negotiated sale, and so we need to make sure we get that approved. We've asked for authority for to issue up to $17.5 million. We believe we'll probably be closer to $14.4 million that we actually issue. And the questions, our plan is right now to have surety bonds to support this. If we can't make the purchase of the surety bonds, we may have to have a reserve fund, so that's why we have that extra capacity. But we're pretty confident right now we'll be able to sell these for sell $14.4 million in bonds. There's several documents and a lot of words that are in here. And these documents, many of the documents are approved in their form because until we finalize the deal, we can't have all the details in there. But they're approved in their form now. There are a couple of documents that are confirmed that are already in place, one being the lease between the OCPPA and the city for the lease of the fairgrounds property, which was initiated in 1961. It just confirms that as a part of support for this deal. And then more importantly is the security agreement. And within that security agreement, it was first approved in 2005 as we issued bonds, and it is it pledges, we have a 5.5% hotel tax rate. 2% goes to the convention and tourism development. 3% is dedicated to the fairgrounds. So the plan is, and it's always worked this way, that the fairgrounds hotel tax, the portion of the fairgrounds hotel tax actually repays these bonds. But as a further pledge of security for these bonds, we've also pledged the 2% portion of convention and tourism. That's been in all the bond issues that have been issued related to the fairgrounds. So we're confirming that commitment that 2% is there as a security. To give you an idea right now, the annual debt service on the bonds for the fairgrounds is about $6.4 million a year. The hotel tax brings in about $8.3 million, and we leave that margin in there to be able to do some cash funding of capital improvement projects at the fairgrounds, but also in the event that the hotel tax dips down, we aren't at risk of having to get into the convention and tourism portion of the tax, but it is there to support it. If we ran into a situation that we needed that, we could draw upon that to help repay the debt. The bonds, our plan right now is to sell the bonds on September the 12th with a closing on September the 25th. We'll watch the market to make sure that it times correctly where we need it to place the bond issue. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions for Craig? Okay. Thank you, Craig. All right, now we can take a motion for all the items under the OCPPA agenda.
Move all the items.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we'll adjourn OCPPA and convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust. All we have here is claims and payroll. It's debatable whether we need to vote on this, but we're just going to do it anyway. So is there a motion? We'll take a motion in a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCEAT and reconvene as the City Council, where we find ourselves at the consent docket. Let's see, do we have some presentations? Yes.
We do have a couple of presentations this morning.
Okay. And are there items that the council also would like to pull out? I'll start down here. I'm looking this way.
I have a couple that I'd like to mention there. 7P2, 7Q, and 7S.
Okay. And look in this direction. I'll take that as a no. All right. Take them in order, which means we start with you, Meg, at 7P, and you can just roll right in the queue if you like.
Great. I'll move quickly because I know we've got a busy agenda today, but I did just want to mention 7P, and actually 1 and 2 are similar. It is not a surprise that I'm recognizing the call to artists for some of our MAPS projects. These represent the 1% for art projects, and one of them is for the MAPS 3 West River Trail, and the second call for artists is for the Bennett Event Center at the State Fairgrounds. So we've got robust budgets for both of those things, and we've the Office of Arts and Culture in the city with Robbie Kinsel Randy Marks is doing such a great job identifying artists and reaching out, not just statewide but nationwide for really quality projects. And so I always like to recognize those. Item 7Q is an increase in our funding for the Homeless Alliance. And I just wanted to note Dan Strawn is here in the audience. Dan, thank you.
He's actually going to make a presentation in just a second.
Good. Well, I'll be relatively quiet then, but I just want to recognize the work that you're doing. We're with these additional dollars from the city, partnered with the business community and the Homeless Alliance commitment. It's our intention to open the shelter 7 days a week and expand some of our services. So I just want to make note to the manager that as we've had some of these meetings, two of the things we've talked about is, and Dan recommended, was establishing a separate oversight committee for shelter operations. It would include some representation from the city on that committee, and also that we be sure that we've got a separate set of financials focused specifically on the shelter as a separate piece of the total operation. So I just wanted to mention that.
And maybe we'll stay on that item now and maybe bring Dan to the podium, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, Dan, and we'd love to hear more about item 7Q.
Well, thank you, Mag. Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the council for allowing me to come here and speak briefly about the Homeless Alliance and our Westtown campus for homeless services. It's in Ward 6. Covers a city block. It has three elements: a day shelter, a resource center, and a small apartment complex, all on that one block. The day shelter is Oklahoma City's only general use day shelter for people experiencing homelessness. It's currently averaging 350 guests per day and about 1,200 unduplicated guests per month. The day shelter is currently open from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. Local churches come in on most Saturdays and open the day shelter just for lunch. And local synagogues and mosques and civic groups come in on some Sundays and open, again, just for lunch. We serve breakfast and lunch. We have computers available, telephones, showers, a library, a barbershop. We have classroom space for the Fresh Start art class, for AA classes, for NA classes, for Bible study, resume writing classes, job interviewing classes, and job placement services. And then we have multiple service providers on site. So all three of the community's large community mental health centers, Hope, Red Rock, and North Care, have a presence on site in the day shelter. Legal Aid does, the Veterans Administration does, as well as the State Department of Veterans Affairs, and the State Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services in the person of the Crisis Center. And that's just some of the providers that come in. And this fall, we'll begin hosting a new program in partnership with Judge James and the municipal courts, a homeless court that will be an extension of municipal court's current indigent docket and part of the criminal justice reform efforts in the community. The idea behind the day shelter is the lowest possible barrier to entry. So if you have serious mental illness, we want you in the day shelter, where someone is going to try and engage you in mental health services. But if you say, no, not today, you're still in a place that's safe, warm, and dry, and people are looking after you. Same thing if you have serious substance use issues. We want you in the day shelter. And someone's going to try and engage you in substance use treatment. But if you say not today, you're still safe, warm, and dry. This is one of the reasons why the day shelter is one of the few places in Oklahoma City for people experiencing homelessness to bring their companion animals. So we have a large kennel for dogs and cats, and we've had snakes and parrots and other animals there as well. And local veterinarians from the community come in 1 day a month to do inoculations for the companion animals. Partly because we love dogs and cats, but mostly because having a companion animal can be a barrier to entry into services, and the whole idea of the day shelter is the lowest possible barrier. Last year, the day shelter served 6,023 unduplicated guests. That's 3/4 of all the homeless in Oklahoma City over the course of the year. 2/3 of that 6,000, so 4,000 of those people were with us for 5 days or less. So they're coming into the day shelter, they're getting assessed, they're getting connected with the services that will lift them out of homelessness, and we don't see them anymore. And that's really the function of the day shelter. It is the first step on the path out of homelessness in Oklahoma City. In addition to the day shelter, we also have a resource center with professional staff, pharmacists, physicians, caseworkers, social workers, mental health people, substance use treatment people from 17 different government, faith-based, and nonprofit agencies all co-located in the resource center. And then we, as I mentioned, had a small apartment complex on the east end of the resource center for people with particularly high barriers to sustained housing. And then we co-own with Mental Health Association a small apartment complex at 23rd and Tulsa. I wanted to just close by briefly saying this stuff is really working. So in the past decade, the city of Oklahoma City has gone from 550,000 to about 650,000. The number of people in poverty in Oklahoma City has gone from about 95,000 to about 125,000. Over that same period, where we've had 30% growth in population and number of people in poverty, we have seen the snapshot number of people who are homeless in our community go from 1,930 to this year 1,181. So a 40% decrease in the number of homeless in Oklahoma City over a decade. That's largely due to the collaboration that the campus makes possible. Can I answer any questions?
So, Dan, I really want to applaud the successes because it is remarkable, and nobody knows better than you how hard this is. You know, this work doesn't have easy answers, and there are a lot of things wrapped around it. But we seem to be experiencing a little bit of a conundrum right now that I've wondered if you might be able to address, and that is that even as that number in the static count of point in time goes down, I think we are citywide experiencing more visible homelessness on the streets. Can you help our listeners talk about that?
Certainly. So over the past year and a half, we have seen about a 50% increase in what we call unsheltered homeless. So people who are living under bridges and in parks and in camps scattered throughout the city. And that is largely due to a decade ago, when you think of a homeless shelter, we had an expression in the business. We called it 2 hots and a cot, right? You got supper, you got a place to sleep, you got breakfast, and it was pretty much for anybody. Over the last couple of years, some of our shelters some of the shelters in Oklahoma City have changed the way they do business and become much more program-oriented. And so you can't just come in, get dinner and a place to sleep and breakfast and move on. You have to be willing to join a program. You have to be willing to commit to 6 months, 12 months, 24 months of treatment services to be allowed to stay. Now, that's very different from what it was in Oklahoma City just a couple of years ago. And so we've lost about 450 of that old traditional style of shelter beds and replaced them, or replaced a few of them with very program-oriented beds. And so if you're a person who has serious mental illness, to include addiction, but you're not ready to join a very structured recovery program, you just can't go to the shelters anymore. And that has exploded our unsheltered population, and largely part of the reason why the numbers at our day shelter have jumped up so high.
Thank you. I did also want to recognize you for another program that's happening in the Oklahoma Caring Van that partners with Blue Cross and Blue Shield. I think is debuting a new dental truck at the
on
shelter
September
next
7th, which is also Stand Down Day. It's the day annually where we kind of kick everybody who doesn't serve veterans off the campus for that one day and bring in every organization we can find in central Oklahoma that does serve veterans and work exclusively with veterans on that day. We'll probably house about 20 homeless veterans on that one day.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dan, for everything you do.
Hey, Dan, before you leave, can you explain your relationship with the organizations that do provide overnight accommodations for the homeless? And then there's a second part of the question. Would you consider expanding the hours instead of closing at 4 to, say, 6 and offering a third meal? And is the only limitation money? Or is there some relationship with these other organizations that you all feel the homeless would be better served if they went there for dinner as opposed to staying at your campus?
So the 7 overnight shelters in Oklahoma City are all independent nonprofits. The directors of all 7 of those shelters come to the Westtown campus once a month, third Thursday of every month for lunch, and we talk about issues that are common to all of us. Often have a speaker. Some months ago, we had a speaker from City County Health Department come talk to us about bed bugs. It was the worst lunch I've ever had, but good information for us to all know. And we try to coordinate our efforts insofar as we can. They all have their own missions that they're going to execute, and we try to at least know what each other is doing. In answer to your second question of would we be willing to consider staying open later, absolutely, yeah.
And so is the only limitation currently money?
Money.
Could you come back to us with a proposal related to that?
The proposal you have before you today would allow us some room to do that very thing.
Oh, I was thinking it was just for Sundays.
Well, it's going to, we want to expand our services. We want to be open during the weekend, and we want to be open more hours during the day.
Okay. Well, great. Absolutely. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
The 1900 to 1100. What was the time frame on that?
I'm sorry?
What was the time frame?
2007 to 2018.
Okay.
It was 1,930 in 2007, 1,181 this year.
And then you mentioned the highly programmed. I need to scoop this up, don't I? The highly programmed shelters, are those shown to be successful in causing the homeless to become not homeless?
So different shelters have different ways of measuring success.
Okay.
For example, at Jesus House, Jesus House used to be kind of our harm reduction shelter in Oklahoma City and would take almost anybody. Now you have to have diagnosed mental illness and co-occurring substance use disorder and 30 days of meds before you can come in. For people that make it all the way through their program, they have a really high success rate. It's in the 80s or 90s. What their washout rate is from time you entered the program to you didn't finish, that I don't know.
Okay.
City Rescue has, depending on their Bridge to Life recovery program, is different, but still successful. It becomes sort of an issue of we call it low volume, high touch. So if you can dedicate a lot of resources to a relatively small number of people, you can be more successful than if you're high volume, low touch.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
So is one of these new standards or stipulations or programs a religious test?
That would be a question better directed towards those agencies. I've heard clients of those agencies say yes, and I've heard clients say no. And I haven't been through those programs myself, so I can't really say. They are faith-based organizations. In Oklahoma City, for decades, 80-85% of the knee-to-knee work with the homeless is done by the faith community, right? So City Rescue Mission used to be Foursquare Gospel. Grace Rescue Mission is entirely supported by the Capital Baptist Association. Salvation Army is actually incorporated as a church. Jesus House, you can kind of get where they're coming from the name. And even we contract with a faith-based agency to staff the day shelter, City Care. I mean, they started out as a Methodist ministry. So the faith community does do a lot of work with the homeless, and sometimes there's a faith barrier.
So you're not sure, but there is the possibility that there's a faith barrier.
I've heard that from
a religious test, or that you're restricting services to a certain religion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? I went way longer than I intended. I apologize.
No, we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. We still have...
Yeah, David, I had one more thing.
Yes.
And this was 7S,
Yes.
which I want to recognize Georgie Rasco and the Neighborhood Alliance and her staff for being here today. This item allows us to enter into a professional services agreement with Neighborhood Alliance, and I just wanted to point out that this is a slightly different way that we've handled this in the past. We've contracted with Neighborhood Alliance for 13 years, and the contracts have been renewable and retroactive. And in this case, we actually went out for RFP, and they were selected, but the effective date of the contract is actually today. And so there's a little bit of a gap in funding while they were providing services in anticipation of negotiating this contract. And I'd like to ask if we could take a look at any capability to help.
We'd be happy to do that. Probably want to let this contract stand, but maybe we go back and do some retro on the previous contract.
Maybe just extend the previous contract to today's date or something.
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Very good. And we do have staff here. I don't know. Did you wish to speak, or you're good? No. Oh, there's Georgie. Okay, then I think you also had a presentation, Mr. Couch, on item 7BH.
BH, we do. There's a number of real positive things, progress going on with the MAPS projects on page 16 and 17 of the agenda, but one of the things we do want to do this morning is do a presentation on the preliminary report for the Lower Park. And so this morning we have Gavin McMillan from Hargraves and Associates here to talk to us a little bit about the Lower Park. By the way, the Upper Park, if you haven't been by it, is a lot of construction going on, and it's on schedule, and everything's going very well with it.
Thank you, Mr. Couch. Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm happy to report that the Upper Park is looking amazing. If you haven't had a chance to go out and have a look at it, please do. Our first trees get started planting next month, so it's going to start looking like a park. As you all remember, this was only part one of the full park. So we still have a lower park to do, and before you is the lower park, the preliminary design report. And I'm going to go through and just hit the highlights. I'm going to kind of skip quickly through everything that repeats from the upper park. Let me just see if we can click here. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to go through a brief introduction, look at some of the features, some of the systems, and then the appendices, which is the schedule and the cost. So the lower park was always envisioned as something a little bit different than the upper park. There is part of the core of the shore idea. And the continuation of the parkland downtown from Myriad Botanic Gardens to the upper park to the lower park and connecting onto the riverfront park, which already exists. So it's a great way for people to experience downtown and getting to and from the river. The lower park is a little less than acres, about 28 acres. We have concentrated on making 8 unique areas and to keep within our budget of $20.5 million with some change. So the lower park was kind of intended to be a little more relaxed, less programmed than the upper park, but also to also repeat some of the same elements. So we have the 8 unique features of the lower park. The Prairie Garden, which is something new, which is not extensive in the upper park. As we approach the Skydance Bridge from Robinson Avenue, we're going to see it's a great prairie garden. The Promenade, which is a continuation of the upper park. The walkway that goes from one end to the other. Robinson Avenue, we will continue the Project 180 streetscape all the way down Robinson Avenue. A sports area, which is something unique to the lower park, a little more programming and active focus towards youth groups. And the Wooded Lawn, which is a continuation of the upper park. The Hollow, which is our lowest point in the lower park, we will collect the water. And a community garden, working with the park subcommittee and the parks operator, we developed this idea of community garden and urban agriculture. And finally, the Crescent Lawn, which will be the bottom of the park and the little sister of the big oval in the upper park. So the Prairie Garden, as we approach Robinson Avenue, we will build up this area, and working with Myriad Botanic Gardens, we'll develop a planting scheme that will look amazing as you approach to the park and downtown. You'll see the Skydance in the background and Bevan Tower. The Promenade will be a continuation of the amazing light masts that go down it. There's going to be a fantastic walk for pedestrians, but also bike riders and dog walkers as well. It goes from one end of the park into the other, and we want to make a temporary connection onto 15th Street and getting onto Riverfront Park. Robinson Avenue, as I said, we will continue with Project 180 streetscape all the way down. We will have parallel parking on all sides of the park and continuation of the bikeway down Robinson as well. It's a thin little strip there. We're keeping it nice and simple. So as you're driving up Robinson, you'll be able to see in through the park. The sports areas are unique. We want to focus on getting kids out and being active. And this is going to provide a multi-use field, but definitely for soccer play. And also for basketball courts. We have room for 4 of them. Myriad Botanic Gardens is in early talks with the Thunder about sponsoring one of these courts for their programming, which would be amazing. So there'll be a blue square up there, hopefully. The Woodland, with a continuation of the cross timbers planting that we're doing in the upper park to the lower park as well, and it continues down off the Skydance Bridge. The Hollow, we will continue the rain gardens that we're using in the upper park, and it will be lowest point of where we collect all the stormwater. It's right in the middle of the site there. The community garden is a new feature, something that came out of the design process with Myriad Botanic Gardens and talking to some community members. So again, this is encouraging not only community members to have a garden area, but also for programming with schools about urban agriculture. So that takes up the block between 13th and 14th Street. And finally, the Crescent Lawn, the little sister of the big oval in the upper park. This will seat about 600 people on the lawn area. We're going to raise up a little bit, just so high enough to see over 15th Street and get a glimpse of the river, which is important. And it's the last piece of the park right there. So briefly going through some of the systems, we're going to move the earth around. We're going to clean up the site, remediate it. We're going to do less earthworks in the upper park, obviously. We're going to clean the water where we can. We're going to run all the water to the middle of the park and treat it in rain gardens before it heads back to the river. We're going to use the rain gardens are similar to the upper park, and we're going to irrigate the full park again. We're going to drop down the groundwater well and make sure the park is always looking green. We're going to repeat the paving materials from the upper park to the lower park, with the exception of having a multi-purpose field. That will be synthetic grass with the advice of City Parks, so we can play on it day and night, but also throughout all the seasons through the year. We're going to stripe the basketball courts. We're going repeat the decomposed granite, the promenade we're going to repeat, the sidewalks we're going to repeat, and the woodland trail we're going to repeat as well, all the way through. As I said, it's going to be less programming, but there can be some smaller events. So the lawn area down the bottom there, just under 600 people. The parallel parking can be used for food trucks and parking for smaller events. And an audience area and space for temporary storage as well. We've looked at how we would address architecture in the park. For those of you who've seen the 5 buildings in the upper park, they're quite unique. We're going to continue that same feeling in the lower park, but vary them for their needs. So we have 2 needs, one for the community garden area. So we're providing a lot of shade for this building, but also restrooms, small concession area, storage, and office for the park operators. And we'll be talking a little bit later about bid alternates. Much like the upper park, we have alternates for the lower park if the bidding is favorable. And the sports area pavilion, which would face the soccer field on one side, but also the basketball courts on the other side. Again, restrooms, concession, office, and storage. During the process, we had an interesting approach from Access Work, a community group, a nonprofit, with the idea of providing a nature-based universal playground for all kids with disabilities. So we've worked with them and come up with a site. We will work in parallel with them as we work through final plans and specs, and they'll do a parallel fundraising project, and hopefully we'll have a meeting of the minds, and we'll be able to include this in the final part. We've looked at the utilities throughout the whole park. We have a less level of service in the upper park because our infrastructure needs is not as great, but we are providing lighting throughout all the park, with the exception of the woodland walk in the middle, which we have added as an add alternate at the end. So we're repeating the same lighting as we go through the upper park, the same family of materials, and also for festivals. It's very similar with the planting and the vegetation. The promenade will feature the same trees, but unlike the upper park, we have a lot more existing trees. And given our budget, we want to keep as many trees as we can. So after remediation is complete, we'll be saving as many trees as we can for the immediate effect and the shade as we go through. So that will be integrated with our new tree planting, about 600 trees, as we go through the park. The plant material is much more simpler than the upper park, a lot more lawn and grass area, and of course the community garden is kind of the more interesting part of the park. So we'll have a lot of areas with shade and picnicking by using the existing trees. We've been working with Moody Botanic Gardens for Scissortail Park, and we're looking at how this area would be maintained and coming up with priorities on the maintenance and providing them with the facilities that they can use to look after the park long term. So just wrapping this up, looking at the schedule here, we are at the red dotted line now. With your approval, we'll go into final plans and specs over the remainder of this year and into next year, out to bid towards the end of next year, and then construction for 2020 and 2021, and opening in summer 2021. As I said before, we've come up with some bid alternates. We have the strategy work for the upper park, and we'll do the same for the lower park if the bidding climate is good for us. So we've, together with the operator and the park subcommittee, we've come up with 5 add alternates. One is increasing the size of the pavilions to make them more revenue generating capabilities. The second is to continue the IT and data network that we added to the upper park across Skydance Bridge to connect up to the buildings and back to the city system. The third is to light the central pathway, our only unlit area in the park, which is that dotted line. And the fourth is garden and trellises. This is proved very donor-friendly in the upper park, and we want to continue that to the lower park. And the fifth, if soccer is a big hit with the community, we have space for a second soccer field, and we can add that as well. So with that, we've done a full budget as well, an estimate for the base bid, but also the ad alternates. And it's very economical. We're per square foot basis, we're about half of what we are for the upper park. So with that, I'll entertain any questions, but we're really excited to complete the second part of the picture. Thank you.
I have a question. Can we go back to the previous slide? Yeah, so the promenade, what's the material that it'll be constructed with? Is it concrete or will
The promenade is actually a combination of concrete unit pavers and a stone, 4-foot wide stone band that incorporates the lighting as it goes down. It's about 20 foot wide.
I see. I was thinking in terms of people that like to jog and things like that. Is that a very hard surface, or is there any?
It's a hard surface, but we have the Woodland Trail is actually a combination of rubber and aggregate, and it has a slight bounce to it. So we expect that's going to be the runners who like a little spring in their step, they'll use that.
And is that red line?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And there's a similar woodland walkway in the upper park as well.
Okay. So in respect to the lighting of the promenade, it's going to be well lit?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then is there a sidewalk on the west side of the park? Is that what those circles stand for?
There is a sidewalk all the way down on all sides of the park, and it has sidewalks on where we close the streets on 14th, 13th, 12th, and 11th. There are actually sidewalks, so the street turns into sidewalk.
And then at each street, is there a sidewalk that goes through the park, east to west?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so unlike the upper park, this one's a little more narrow. It's only 1 block wide, so you can actually see from one side of the park to the other.
Okay, so this bid alternate, number 3, lighting for Woodland Walk, that's that red line that you're talking about. Currently, it's not going to be lit?
Yes, that's correct. In the upper park, which is way wider, it is lit. In the lower park, in terms of priorities, we thought because this is narrower, that could be lower in the list, but if we had favorable bidding conditions, we would light it.
I would encourage you to try to find, wherever possible, funding for that, especially, it gets pretty dark quickly once we get past October, and I think you need as much lighting as possible throughout the park. Thank you.
The drawing of the soccer field looked like it was AstroTurf. Is it going to be grass, or is it going to be?
It's synthetic grass. So
it is synthetic grass. Okay.
AstroTurf, yes.
And so, what do we was there any sort of protection for it whenever it's closed? Because I know that vandalism of that sort of surface is expensive to fix.
Yeah, we do have, it won't be fully fenced. We need fencing to stop balls going out on north and south. But like the upper park, there will be some security cameras around the buildings.
Okay.
And it will be operated by Meridian Botanic Gardens, who has staffing longer hours on site than regular park.
That's the question I had about security cameras in the park. Can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
In the upper park, there are security cameras on the buildings, in the vicinity of the buildings, and that's just to add an extra layer of operation and security for the park around those facilities. The general park is not, doesn't have cameras over it. It's just around the buildings. And in this particular instance, the pavilion is so close to the soccer field, it'll pick some of it up.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
I think that concludes the items that we had pulled out. Is there anything else anybody wants to talk about?
I didn't. BK is about $4 million of excess MAPS 3 collections for the streetcar. I don't know if we could get some clarity on what that is, but I had one specific question. I I'm a believer in signal prioritization for all public transit, whether it's a bus or a streetcar, and I'm wondering, does this, which my understanding is this includes some funds to make that possible for the logistical. So are we committing as a body to signal prioritization, or it's just to have the infrastructure in place in case we decide to do that? Where are we?
I think we're going to do, we believe that we don't need to do every intersection.
Okay.
But we do believe that there are key intersections that we'll need to do that to make sure that we're able to make our times through the route properly. So we've got a number of signal prioritization equipment that's on there, and we're going to be a little bit flexible because until we're up and running and see what's going on, we're not exactly sure which ones we need to do that with, but we do have the capabilities. And then, of course, if we need to do more, we can always add more in the future. But we've got enough that we think that we should be successful with the operation and the time constraints.
Okay, so are we funding a set number of intersections with this allocation, or?
David, can you answer that?
As Mr. Katz said, we're trying to give Embark and Public Works the tools so that they can provide the service that we need and allow them to interact and make the changes. This doesn't include every single intersection. I don't know what the exact number is, but it's predominantly in the Bricktown Central Business District, that area.
So do, like, what percentage, or?
I don't, off the cuff.
We'd be happy to get back with you with that information, let you know how many.
I mean, what were the subcommittee's thoughts? I see Jeff's here. Maybe Jeff can.
Well, we've said all along that the subcommittee has wanted the signal prioritization. We said all along that what we would do is we would start in our testing and start running the streetcar and see what it did, and that's what we're doing. We've found that we do need to do some of these things. What we're doing is we're replacing software that Public Works uses to operate the signals. We're putting new controllers in some of these signals, and we're providing the ability for these signals to not only talk to the computer upstairs with Public Works, but also to do peer-to-peer communication so that one signal can tell the other one, hey, there's a streetcar coming, you need to be ready for this.
Okay.
So there's a lot of flexibility in what we're doing. We may find that we need to do some additional, add some what they call Opticom type facilities, and we may do some more. But we didn't want to just jump out there and spend all this money under the assumption that we needed it. We wanted to prove that we needed it, and I think we're there.
Okay. Jeff, what is the committee's thoughts?
So the subcommittee unanimously supports the appropriation of the funds. I think that a majority of us believe it doesn't quite go far enough. I mean, as we look at vehicular use in the downtown core and enhanced pedestrian activity, bicycles, pedestrians, I think it's a majority of the subcommittee that believes that we need to revisit the policy of how we prioritize how the streetcar operates in that environment. Right now, that's kind of left up to Public Works and traffic control to do. So their goal right now is to test the streetcar over and over and over again and see if they can optimize hitting those 12 to 15-minute frequencies. I personally believe that because we're in a more competitive environment, we have Uber, we have Lyft, we now have electric scooters that we didn't know we were going to have to contend with. 10 years ago when we first proposed the streetcar and put the campaign up for it, we said that the streetcar would have a green light essentially at intersections, and it would essentially only be making stops at stops. I think that the majority of the subcommittee, I know the majority of the subcommittee would like to see us give the streetcar priority only seating to emergency vehicles and pedestrians. And that policy doesn't exist, so we're right now, and if you look at successful systems versus systems that are not as successful, the successful systems across the world treat a streetcar like a high occupancy vehicle, just like a highway lane has a HOV for 2 or more passengers. These trains can handle over 110 people at a time. So while it's at the council's discretion and traffic policy has pretty much been left up to Traffic Commission and Public Works, I would highly advocate that we issue a policy that gives a streetcar priority with the exception for emergency vehicles and pedestrian events. If Embark is in, right now we're basically stretching to make our times, and it gives the operator Embark and Herzog very little flexibility. So if the operators could decide to dwell, and they're in a position where they have that time to dwell. And remember, half of our system is running on batteries, and so we don't fully know the long-term consequences of the batteries and whether or not they need to sit at an intersection and wait for additional charging time. So I feel like the consultants are stretching to make this work, but if all the lights went to green automatically, we know we would make our times, and we know we would have time to spare, and then Embark could respond to real-time conditions. But this is a stretch. I mean, this is a big change. Our city hasn't had trains in 60, 70 years, so this is a learning curve for all of us, but I don't feel like, and I know the committee doesn't feel like we're quite there yet, but this is a first step. Ideally, there be a policy that says, Public Works, traffic control, this is how we operate downtown with trains. I hope that helps, but I want to see the system successful. We're spending a lot of money on this thing. I mean, it's a $150 million project when it's all said and done, and it's in a more competitive environment than we had, but downtown is filling it with more and more people and more activity, and we need to do everything we can to make sure that the money that's being spent is being used wisely and the system is as successful as it can be from the starting date.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Councilman Shadid, did you have anything else on those items? Okay. Does anyone else have any other item they want to talk
So
about?
on these three items, is this where we're making the policy decision that we do want to prioritize signal prioritization for the streetcar? Is this where we're making that?
We are, yes, we will be putting the equipment in, and we will be prioritizing. We prioritize them now for public safety. We have the ability to do that and have done it, so yes, we will be doing it for the streetcar too.
Okay. Well, let's pull those three out then and vote on those separately. It's BG, BI, and BK.
So Councilman Grundy, you're asking for BG, BI, and BK to be voted on separately?
Public discussion on that. Superpower.
I'm sorry, sir, did you sign up to speak on this item, or? Okay. Do we have a slip for him? Okay. Well, I mean, are you wishing to speak on these items just referenced under the consent docket? Okay. Please come to the podium, state your name and address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Michael C. Washington, 2900 Northeast 18th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73111. Now, I am in total amazement with this incomplete job that we're going to spend millions of dollars on and already have partaken in. Y'all don't hear me, though. You got someone out here today who's very concerned about how their taxpayers' dollars are being freely spent downtown to appease a few rich people. I won't state any color, but we know. The rich, the wealthy, that I am not. Now, you say you have a streetcar that is not quite yet finished, and you don't know whether a battery is going to be operative enough to move out the way in case my car lot and want to ride through there. Are you kidding me? How can you even come together, start a process off, and not be completed with it yet? A test run? Okay, maybe. But when you talk about having citizens riding on a scooter, well, a little more than a scooter, a train car, it seems to me that you're taking their safety in jeopardy because you don't know what light will happen. A lot of turnover, a lot of stop in the middle of the street and stop traffic, people allowed to not be able to get to work on time. This is a very, very unique situation that we must freely consider. Now, I, for one, am a very, very important person in my community. I'm a political activist, and because I am, I speak for the citizens of the state of Oklahoma. $150 million project that the gentleman just spoke about, do y'all imagine what kind of money that money could be spent with more advantageous things than a streetcar? And I want to let y'all know this too before I go. These citizens here in Oklahoma need to be better represented downtown here, because a lot of them don't know that they need to come out here and that y'all can be a part of what is going on down here. And until you make your presence felt, things like this is going to continue. I don't believe that we can say that this was a smart thing overall, because with me, I'm told you don't start a project and actually have it operable until you are finally complete. But like the gentleman just said, well, we don't know how this may turn out. We don't know how the batteries may turn out. We don't know if the car going to stop on us. Now let me say this here. Then you say, y'all better believe it, Michael Washington pays attention. That's why I'm an independent. Then you say you're not quite finished with it, and then it's a competitive thing with Embark is in a competitive field now. And the streetcar is designed to hold up, I believe, 110 people at a time. And then you're going to watch this here. Then you're going to have a computer system that's designed to talk to another computer. Have you even figured out whether that's going to work? The likelihood of it breaking down? I don't think you have, because like you said, you're not quite finished yet.
Mr. Washington, that concludes 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and I'll have a great day, and I will be back. Thank you so much for this time and opportunity.
Jim, can I ask you, so is the technology would be the same whether you did streetcar intersections or bus intersections for signal prioritization?
Essentially.
Do we have that capacity along any bus lines?
We don't at this time.
Okay. But that's something we could look at to collect empiric data the same way we did on the streetcar to see if it helps buses stay on time.
We could.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other discussion on anything under the consent docket? If not, I don't believe we have a motion at all, so I would consider a motion that would be to move the items other than BG, BI, and BK. Got that? Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously, and then I would entertain a motion on items BG, BI, and BK under item 7. Got a motion and a second on that. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes, that's a lot of math, 7-1. Okay. Moving on to the concurrence docket, 8, item 8. Okay. Got a motion and a second. There are no scheduled presentations. Is there any comment, discussion on this? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And now we come to item 9, page 20 on the written agenda, printed agenda. And we are at, actually we started 9A1. 9A1 was withdrawn. And so we are now at 9A2, 2609 North Martin Luther King Boulevard, from C3 Community Commercial District to HL Historic Landmark Overlay District. Councilman Cooper?
Yes, Mayor. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item?
We have had 2 people sign up. Okay. And the first is our Honorable County Commissioner, former Ward 7 Councilwoman, who we are most honored to have in our presence, Willa Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Glad you're here. and Pastor Cooper, thank you so much for sitting in on this wonderful process that Oklahoma City has used to become what we are now. I come before you to talk about...
Commissioner, would you mind? I don't want to miss the word.
Sorry.
Would you mind pulling that mic down just a little bit?
Okay. I need to tell you who I am. Okay.
Perfect.
I'm Willa Johnson. I live at 3300 Maloney Drive in Oklahoma City. And I came to talk to you about item 2, which will help us place a historical overlay on the Freedom Center. In April of this year, Patricia Parrish designated me receiver of this facility. This is a facility that I think will add to what you've already done, and that is bring people from all over the world, hopefully, to view this program, this project. it is, if you follow the news, last week you had several people celebrating the sit-ins in Oklahoma City. And this particular facility is where many of them sat to strategize and determine how they were going to manage the sit-in movement. I hope you will approve this project to overlay the Freedom Center. And there's all of you at this Horseshoe know me really well. You know I don't know how to do anything, but I sure do know a whole lot of folks that can. and I provided you with the document of the designation. Who I brought with me today, and I'm going to ask him to stand up and come here with me, is Mr. Leonard Benton. He has 48 years of nonprofit experience. He marshaled the Oklahoma City Urban League for 30 years, and then brought along and helped the Southwest Urban Development Corporation, forgive me, about 10 years. So we have a person in place who will take this dream I've got of having the Freedom Center be a destination place, and we hope to get to do it. Thank you so much for letting me be here. You know, it's hard to talk and not be a politician, but I have to say I appreciate you guys so much. It just feels so good to have been a part of the original metamorphosis of Oklahoma City and Ward 7. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And Brother Benton, would you like to have a word? I know your stellar advocacy for the community, and we thank you for being here on today.
Thank you, Pastor Cooper. And, you know, when you ask, I love my pastors, and when you ask them to have a word, it's hard for them to not say yes. It's good to appear before the City Council on an occasion such as this, as we are looking at a very historic, significant facility in our community that we want to give respect, honor, to project the great things that came out of the facility that we have before you. We saw coming out of that facility the realization of a dream of Clara Luper. We saw coming out of that facility young people in our communities who came downtown, the second place in this country, to participate in a city-in civil rights movement that we celebrated this 60th anniversary just a few days ago on August the 19th, 1958. We have something in this facility that is genuinely unique, genuinely a part of not only the significant history of Oklahoma City, but of the state and the nation, and certainly has implication internationally. We were a leader in this community that moved together as black and white working together. I know that for my more than 50 years of public community service, include more than 30 years with the Urban League movement in this community, and also in Atlanta, Georgia. Willer has been given a tremendous charge and a responsibility. And I'm one, along with many, many others, who are looking forward to take this facility that you see, that is in disrepair, that is in shambles, that it does not represent who we are as Oklahoma City. But we can make it represent what it should represent. It's a place where we not only talked about freedom,
but we made freedom a reality in this community. It made it a community where we can come downtown today, and blacks, whites, minorities, and all others, to be able to fully benefit from all of the resources and benefits, privileges, opportunities, and challenges that we have in this community. So I want to express appreciation for the City Council for considering this resolution. I want to thank Pastor Cooper for his leadership, and I certainly want to express our appreciation to Mrs. Johnson. We are classmates of the Douglas class in 1957, and my wife told me, she said, Leonard, you're all the last of the Mohegan. You're still hanging in there, but trying to make a difference in this community. But with the help of all of us, we can take this that we see and see a vision that the world will come to see here in Oklahoma City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benton. Thank you. Are there others?
Michael Washington has signed up to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury here, and of course, your illustrious guests, for the first time you get to meet Michael Washington today. For a lot of you, that is. Let me say one thing, Your Honor, that you're looking at the man who started this whole process off, and I'm sure your paperwork demonstrates that. For long, many years, for more than 8 years, for the most part, that building that you see up there, in my view, was laying dormant with no one seeing the importance or vision of revitalizing it other than me. So what did Michael Washington do then? On November of last year, 2017, he went to the Historical Preservation Commission and said, hey, ladies and gentlemen of that jury, why don't we renovate this building here because it has a historical significance to it and an iconic attachment that the illustrious, great, late, educated and civil rights leader Clara Luper intended for and envisioned it to be long-standing and long-running. But now if you look at it in the state it is in now, a person coming into town saying, what? That's the freedom center that Clara Luper stood for? Michael Washington wasn't having it. So again, after I went to the Historical Preservation Society, or Commission, it was a month later during that hearing that they decided to bring it up for future references as gotten us to this point. On July 12th, the Oklahoma City Planning Commission said, okay, since the Historical Preservation Society said this is a good idea, why don't we vote to rezone it as a historical preservation site? Zone from C3 to historical preservation site. Now then, and according after that instance, I was there as well, this illustrious, esteemed juror decided, okay, on August 3rd, we believe that this would be a good resolution to pass for the city of Oklahoma City because it will not only help the African American community, but an international community who may want to come in and look at the great works, the great foundation that Clara Luper left behind for not only her youth council, but for the individuals who may want to learn about the African culture, their history, their language, their God, their religion, and great things that have an African American touch to it. And as a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen of this jury, this is the only black monument stone to African American culture that we can lay claim to. Other than this, we have nothing to say African Americans started here in the northeast side, even Oklahoma City as a whole. Again, not only was this the site of the NAACP Youth Council, but even before that time, students and even Mother Clara Luper, may she rest in peace, they used to meet in alleyways. It didn't just happen, it just so happened that this building here was constructed from a gas station, I believe it was over. But at the same time, it withstood the test of time. Right in front of which you can't see. Ma'am, do you have another video? I mean, any more things up here? Yeah, let me give me it's a stone structure right in there. It's the pipes go.
Mr. Washington, that concludes your 3 minutes. Oh. Thank you.
Now, you didn't cut everybody else off, sir. What you going to disrespect me for? I'm a human being like everybody else. I was trying to make a point there that you cut me off.
3 minutes. You can finish your sentence.
Thank you. Yeah. And this stone structure here to here tells me that Clara Luper intended for this not to just be a center or something going down to be in a dilapidated state. She intended to be a memorial to let us know that these were great African Americans who did things in our African American community, not here in Oklahoma only, but abroad, and those who also came here from the west, here to the Western Hemisphere, from our Kibu land, the land of the dark-skinned people.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
I will
Washington.
say that, thank y'all very much. And by the way, Mr. Cooper, you didn't give me my renowned respect that you gave the rest of you're discriminatory there. But you have a good
Thank
day,
you,
sir.
Mr. Washington. Mr. Councilman Cooper, you...
I was getting
Tables.
ready to say thank you, Mr. Washington, for your work, is what I was going to say. This is an item that is crucially important for historical purposes. I would like to move the item for adoption.
Can I ask, just for my education, what does a historic landmark overlay district do? How does it protect this very important?
Yeah.
I'm Katie Friddle, staff to the Planning Department Historic Preservation Commission. It's similar to, it's the same zoning as many of our historic districts have. We have historic districts that are HP, that is a base zoning for single-family residential properties, and then we have an HL overlay to go on properties with other base zonings. So it's the same type of protection that other individual historic landmarks have, as well as historic districts like Jefferson Park and Paseo and Edgemere and that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on this?
Any other question? Previous question, move for adoption.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, we'll cast our votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody who was involved in making that happen. All right, and now we've got item 9A3, 2000 North Sarah Road, moving from AA to R1 and R2. Councilman Griner?
Yeah, this staff recommended approval for this. Planning Commission unanimously approval. I don't think there's been any protests. Has anybody signed up? No. Well, with that, I move for approval.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? There's no one here to speak. Seeing none, we'll cast our votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 9A4. This is at 6807 North Robinson Avenue from R1 to I2. Councilman Shadid?
Did anyone sign up to speak? No. This had unanimous Planning Commission approval, no protest. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. No one is wishing to speak. Is there any other discussion on the council? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A5, 12400 North Santa Fe Avenue from C3 to I3. Councilman Cooper?
This is an I3 heavy industry, industrial district that really brings into conformance with all of the other area that is everything else in the other area. So I'll move for adoption if there's no other.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Doesn't look like anyone's wishing to speak. Any discussion on the council? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're at item 9A6, 2353 West Main Street and 2349 Northwest First Street from R1 to R2. Councilwoman Salyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Has anybody signed up to speak on this?
Does not appear so.
No, doesn't look like it. This is a continuation of the great work we've talked today with Dan Strawn a little bit about homelessness and some of the remedies that various agencies and the city are taking to try to help those that need to be served. And so this is a project of city care to allow for some duplex development in an area where they continue to provide transitional and medium-term housing. So I would move approval.
All right. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the council? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to 9A7, 13605 Northwest Expressway, moving from AA to PUD 1681. Councilman Griner?
Has anybody signed up for this? Okay.
No, sir.
Is the applicant here? No. Okay. Bob, do you know if they've agreed to all of, because there was a number of changes I think that they made at Planning Commission and, the applicant is here. Okay, cool.
Sir, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
I'm D.W. Converse. I represent the applicant. Address 2312 Silverfield Lane, Edmond, Oklahoma. How you doing, gentlemen? Council. This is a 10-acre tract. It's been divided into 5 residential lots. and 2 commercial tracks located up on Northwest Expressway. It's in your ward, Councilman. I'd ask you to give us favorable consideration for this.
I think it's in Ward 1.
Yeah, I'm over here.
Oh, sorry.
I just had a...
I have trouble with my glasses this morning. I didn't even recognize them.
I would
here,
take the
so-
development, I would take the development in Ward 8.
There were a number of things that they changed at the Planning Commission, so I was just making sure that all those things have been added
We're
to
in
the...
complete compliance.
And all the TEs you agree to?
We agree to everything there. I think it's going to be a nice development. It's all said and done.
I think so too. All right. Well, I move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the council? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Okay, that brings us to 9A8, 735 Southwest 89th Street, from C3 to SPUD 1067. Councilman Greenwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Francis, has anyone signed up for this item? Okay, thank you. This is an application to move to from C3 Community Commercial Development District to a SPUD Simplified Plan Unit Development to allow the light painting of automobiles without the use of a paint booth. It was there was no protests. It was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission. I recommend approval.
All right, we'll take that as a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item from the council? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A9, at 1401 Southwest 24th, from R2 to SPUD 1068. Councilman Shadid?
Did anyone sign up?
No.
Again, unanimous Planning Commission recommendation, no protest. I move for approval.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the council? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A10, 900 Northwest 90th Street, from R1 to SPUD 1070. Councilman Shadid.
Anyone sign up to speak?
No,
Same
sir.
thing. Unanimous Planning Commission approval, no protest. I move for approval.
All right, got a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion from the council, we'll cast our votes. Passes unanimously. Which brings us to item 9B, ordinance on final hearing. This is a special permit to operate a multi-sport and entertainment complex in the PUD 1515 at 1721 Highland Park Boulevard. Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you mentioned, this is a special permit, and according to Chapter 59, there are 4 requirements that this complex has to meet. The Planning Commission found that it met those 4 requirements. It is a pretty exciting complex, and I'd ask the applicant if they would come up and speak and tell us a little bit about the complex, where it's at, and where it's headed.
Good morning. Tim Johnson with Johnson Associates here on behalf of the applicant. Just to give you an overall perspective, the Chisholm Creek development is between Western and Penn from Memorial south a half a mile. Highland Boulevard is the main boulevard collector that goes through the addition. Most of the commercial development you've seen going on has been in that far northeast corner with Topgolf, the skydiving venue, and then, of course, all the restaurants around the pond that are coming along. This is a removed piece, more in the center of the addition, and it's set up initially to be a temporary use until future, maybe 20 years from now, something else goes in there. But for now, the special use permit will allow for outdoor entertainment, large spectator sport, and it's designed to allow for multiple uses. So here's Highland Boulevard. This is future buildings on either side. There's room for truck courts, eating venues around the facility, restrooms, and the field itself is designed to allow soccer, football, rugby, just any kind of major outdoor event. The promoters of this have found that this location is very attractive because of the restaurants and the potential hotels that are going to be on this track, but all the hotels that are on Memorial. And they found that this was a great place to host centrally located sporting events. With that, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Mr. Johnson, real question. I was really excited about this until I saw, how many seats are in this venue?
I think it'll seat 6,000. The intent is to one of the outdoor events that it permits is a concert venue, which is focused to the north, away from all the residents south. So the concert venue would, I think, house 16,000 people. And about a month ago, there was an event up there that was put on by 105 radio station. And they had about 16,000 people up there. And it proved that we don't have a traffic issue, that it was handled very well. So they're excited about using this for multi-purpose.
Can you speak just for a minute? You already knew where I was going with this, but there are certain noise reduction techniques that are planning to be. Can you talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, so I think one of the articles that came out when we went to Planning Commission, it talked about the band stand being north and focusing south, but it's actually the opposite. This would be the end that would house any kind of entertainment, and it would project the noise north. Obviously, they have to fall within the regulations, and we have commercial uses on the highway to the north. There is a church north there, so they don't anticipate any kind of an activity that would compete with the church, Sundays or Wednesdays or any other event that the church might have. And so that's why we focused it this way. And there's a pretty good buffer. There's about 500-foot buffer from the north end of this. There's a detention pond there to 131st Street.
Where do 16,000 people park there?
Well, when this fully develops, there'll be parking structures in here. The event they had a month or so ago, they used the grass area as part of the permit to park on.
All right.
The one thing in looking at this special permit under Chapter 59 of our code, there are, like I said, 4 requirements that must be met. And number 1 is berms for noise reduction. There's lighting requirements, and all of these have been taken into account. So I'd move for approval at this time.
Second. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the council? All right, seeing none, we'll cast our votes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. We'll now move out of zoning issues to 9C, ordinance on final hearing. So this is the third of our 3 steps in adopting an ordinance. This relates to taxation, amending Chapter 52, Article 4, Division 2, Section 52-151 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code regarding fee schedule for occupation taxes on alcoholic beverages, etc. Is there anyone, this is a final hearing, so I should say, is there anyone here who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, we've got a motion. We've got a second. Is there any discussion from the council? Seeing none, we'll cast our votes. And the ordinance is adopted unanimously. And now we are at 9D. These are ordinances on final hearing. All items from the Traffic Commission. I'm understood each of these requires a vote, correct, Francis? So we've got 9D1, removing all 45-degree angle parking on the south side of Northwest 10th between Dewey and Walker. Councilwoman Salyer?
Yeah, Mayor, these appear to all be related to some housekeeping matters and construction at the streetcar. I would move approval on item D1.
Okay. Second. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9D2, establishing a reserved parking space for the physically disabled on the south side of Northwest 10th, etc. Councilwoman Salyer.
Same item, move approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9D3, establish a 2-hour time-limited parking on the south side of Northwest 10th Street, etc. Councilwoman Salyer.
Move approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9D4, removing a 30-minute and 2-hour time-limited parking controls on the east side of North Dewey between 10th and 11th. Councilwoman Salyer.
Move approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9D5, establishing 90-degree angle parking within an on-street setback parking area on the north side of Northeast 40th Street from approximately 90 feet west to 232 feet west of the west curb line of North Lincoln Boulevard. Councilman Cooper.
Yes, this is just, I guess, west of Lincoln, and I'll move for approval.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the council? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. This takes us to item 9E, public hearing regarding ordinance related to zoning and planning code, amending Chapter 59 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code, etc. This is the second of our 3 steps. There will be no vote, but we will conduct a public hearing, and I believe we do, in fact, have some people who have signed up regarding this. And am I remembering correctly that E and F are related? They are. Okay. So it's understood that if people are speaking, they might be able, it's certainly allowable for them to address E and F sort of simultaneously in their comments. Although I may, afterwards, I'll probably formally say this is now the public hearing on item F, but again, understood if you speak of E and F at the same time. So, with that, taking them, I guess, in order of receipt, we have David Box to speak on items 9E and F.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Today I'm here on behalf of the Heritage Hills neighborhood. This is an item that has been working its way through the public hearing process in the city for quite some time at the various design review committees, Planning Commission, Historic Preservation Commission, and it comes to you with no recommendation from the Planning Commission. At the time that it came to the Planning Commission, there was significant discussion, significant concern, and ultimately there was not a 5-vote decision from the Planning Commission, so it comes to you today with no recommendation. When I first got involved in this issue, it became clear to me that there were 4 separate groups when it came to home sharing and whether or not it should be allowed and what regulations there should be. So of the 4 groups, the way I have kind of clarified those is over here on one extreme is the group that wants all home sharing to be illegal. On the far other side is the group that wants home sharing to be not only legal but no limitations whatsoever on it. In the middle, there are 2 groups. You have the group that tends to not like it but is willing to accept home sharing with some sort of reasonable regulations in place by the city. And then just past that on the other side is the group that, again, tends to be more with no regulation, but they'd be happy to engage in a discussion about reasonable regulations. So what I set out to do with my client was to engage the other middle group, so to speak, to come up with what we believe to be reasonable amendments to the proposed ordinance. Amendments that not only my client could live with, but that reasonable, responsible operators of these home sharing operations would agree to. And so with that, I do have 2 people that, as part of my presentation, I'd like to have up to speak. But what we did was we tried to set out to find a way to ensure that the reasonable operators could operate without significant encumbrances, but discourage and keep away the operators that would potentially cause problems for neighborhoods. Because I believe at its most basic form, a home sharing structure is a change of use from a single family dwelling. Certainly you can rent any home, but if you're talking about up to 5 rooms on a nightly basis changing occupants, that sure seems like a hotel. So at its most basic form, this is changing the use of a neighboring property. And any time you change use of a neighboring property, I believe that neighbors are entitled to notice and the opportunity to be heard. So one of the things we set out to do was to find a function to allow a public hearing process to be had if an individual wanted to turn a home into a home sharing structure. So what we set out to do was to require special permit or special exception. As we talked with our Councilperson Sawyer, I think where we've landed is we'd like there to be a special exception requirement for home sharing. The special exception goes to the Board of Adjustment. It does not come to City Council. So it would only go to the Board of Adjustment, one public hearing. It wouldn't go to Planning Commission or City Council. The fee structure for the home share or for a special exception ranges from $300 up to, I believe, $1,800. I don't know that my client has a desire on the fee. I think we talked about in a meeting yesterday, $300. I didn't hear any objection to that. The group that wants to operate home sharing, I didn't hear an objection to that number either. So, and with that special exception, what we would like to be required is that the structure be owner-occupied and owner-in-residence. We believe that that's going to add an element of self-policing to this. Certainly, the name of the ordinance itself is home sharing. So if we are sharing our home and we live there, I think we will perhaps police this better. One of the concerns that we have, being the Heritage Hills and a lot of the historic neighborhoods, is that we have a unique set of circumstances that exist that aren't prevalent elsewhere. We have carriage houses, we have single-lane driveways predominantly throughout the neighborhoods, and so there is concern about the number of people that could be potentially using this on a nightly basis and what that means to traffic patterns, parking, and everything else. So with that's the structure that we'd like. We'd like to see a public hearing be required. We'd like to see the owner be in residence and occupied, and perhaps discuss a number of rooms that would be allowed, rather than the 5, some number less than that. So with that, I want to turn it over briefly to Bill Carey and then to Chuck Wiggin. When we first spoke to our council person, one of the things that she asked us was, I need to see what the real pulse of the neighborhood is. Bill Carey spent a significant amount of time formulating a survey to be sent. We had fairly good participation in the survey. I believe there was over 150 people that responded to the survey that Mr. Carey sent. And what it came back with is, as the ordinance is currently structured, 82% of the people who responded are not in favor of it. But there was a healthy number of people who are willing to accept some form of it if we can add some regulations that we believe would help protect the neighborhoods. Because what we believe this is some form of commercial type zoning. These historic neighborhoods for decades and decades and decades have had to fight commercial encroachment into the neighborhood. So we believe this is just the next step to help ease the possibility of this use into the neighborhood with some form of reasonable regulations that would allow the public the notice and opportunity to be heard that we believe they are entitled to with the neighboring properties changing use. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Bill Carey.
If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Pardon me?
If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Carey, longtime resident of Heritage Hills, 326 Northwest 16th. As David said, I'm the current president of our neighborhood board. The size, uniqueness, age, proximity to restaurants and entertainment activity make short-term rentals probably our neighborhood the most attractive to short-term rentals in Oklahoma City. Those qualities also make those the most vulnerable to the possible and well-documented abuses. In looking out for a uniquely positioned neighborhood such as Heritage Hills, our neighborhood is concerned. Over the last several months, the neighborhood has formed a special committee to consider the city's new ordinance, the city's proposed ordinance. We have had a town hall meeting, which all residents were invited to. We have discussed it on several occasions at the board level. Votes have been taken by the board and at the town hall meeting. In each case, voters were overwhelmingly opposed to passage of the proposed ordinance. No one has yet to identify any benefit to the neighborhood as a whole from potential STR activity. No benefit to the fabric and viability of the neighborhood, while the risks are serious. Is proposing STR activity for a property not a change of use for that property? Using it as a small hotel rather than a single-family residence? Shouldn't permitting it follow the same procedure as with any zoning change, on a case-by-case basis, requiring application, notice to neighbors, and a hearing? Isn't short-term rental in our residential neighborhood commercial encroachment? given another name. Preventing commercial encroachment was at the heart of promotion and passage of the preservation ordinance back in the late 60s. Then it was offices, businesses, and boarding houses in our neighborhood homes. How is an STR different? Aren't all commercial enterprises? An event house was recently proposed for a single-family dwelling on Northwest 13th Street. Residents opposed it on the grounds of late-night activity, noise, and parking, and it has been withdrawn. Is there much divide between potential STR activity and event house activity? It appears that we as a city are behind the curve at getting a grip on STR as compared to the rest of the country. Many cities that had gone headlong with the STRs now appear to be trying to rein it in, regulate it, and even ban it. The list is long, but the most comparable to Oklahoma City is Fort Worth, Austin, and Denver. In Fort Worth, STRs are now prohibited in solely residential neighborhoods and must be owner-occupied. Austin has capped the number of STRs with no live-in owners. Other cities seem to be finding that the issue is much more complicated than this proposed ordinance would indicate. The question has been asked, what do your residents think about STRs? So we conducted a written survey of all the residents of Heritage Hills, over 400. We did it the old-fashioned way, it was by mail. I can provide the written results if you wish. 185 residents, or 46% of those sent out, were returned to us. 44% want to prohibit STRs. 18% want to allow it. 38% want restricting amendments to be made to the proposed ordinance if STRs are allowed in Heritage Hills. Restrictions such as owner-occupied and requiring a special permit. 82% of residents answering the survey oppose the ordinance as proposed. Thus, Heritage Hills opposes this ordinance as written. If the City Council feels that the ordinance is in the best interest of the city, then we propose that the legal minds get together and fashion a means of protecting Heritage Hills with amendments to the ordinance as it applies to our neighborhood. This decades-old preservation project that we call Heritage Hills has always been a partnership with City Hall, a very positive partnership, going back to the original ordinance. It has been a partnership in code enforcement, landscaping, and park improvements, medians, efforts to manage traffic, sharing and infrastructure improvements. And we say thank you as we ask to call that partnership back into service to craft this ordinance in such a way as to protect our neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Eric Groves?
I just want to say one thing real quick.
Sure.
Mr. Carey, I think your mother would have been very proud of that presentation. Mother was the Ward 8 council person from 1984 to 1995.
Sure, of course.
Back in the dark ages.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if you would, I've got one other speaker, Mr. Chuck Wiggin.
Okay, I mean, he's in my stack. Eric, you've apparently been usurped. All right, Chuck, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Chuck Wiggin. I live at 301 Northwest 18th Street, and I've served on the board of HPI, Historic Preservation, Inc., since the 1980s. I have worked with Bill in his capacity as president of the Neighborhood Association to try to determine a way that we could bring the neighborhood together. And I must say that this has been a very divisive topic, an emotional topic. You've heard that from Dennis and Bill. I would simply urge you today to consider the wishes of the neighborhood as we've heard them from the survey, from the meetings that we've had, from the 8 months of discussion that have gone on in considering what the impact of short-term rentals has been in cities across the country and could be for us here. We can make this work, and we would like to be a part of doing that. I think that there are some modifications that have been discussed and will be discussed that can make this ordinance palatable for neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Eric.
Morning, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, my name is Eric Groves. I'm an attorney with offices at 3601 North Classen. I come here today to represent EPPI, that's Edgemere Park Preservation, Inc. That is the neighborhood association for the Edgemere neighborhood, where I have resided since 1974, when I was elected to this city council. Shortly after that time, the council approved, and I sponsored, an ordinance designating Edgemere as an historic preservation neighborhood. And it has been that way ever since. We think of it as a very special neighborhood. In representing the neighborhood over the years, I've had occasion to look at our original plat, which was in 1928. My house was built in 1935. Has a little plaque on it that says it's on the register, National Register of Historic Places. Every house has that plat. It's a wonderful layout. No developer could ever afford the land to develop a neighborhood like Edgemere now. It's built around a park, a very large park. We help take care of that park. When trees are lost, we often replace them. We have a school on the edge of the neighborhood, Edgemere School. We are very supportive of that school in a variety of ways. Over the years, since 1974, the demographics of the neighborhood have changed some. We have any number of younger people who have moved in, bought houses, they're raising families, walking their dogs in the park. It's a great place to live. We have all invested our lives and money in that neighborhood. And you know, if you look at the original plat, it would say, no lot in Edgemere can be used for anything except a residence. So, feeling that way about Edgemere, when we take a look at this proposed ordinance, we have to oppose it. The ordinance before you would create a new use unit called lodging, accommodations, home sharing. It would allow this in HP districts. And of course, we are an HP district. It would be by conditional permit, and these are the conditions. The home sharing license, for which a landowner would pay some fee, has no sunset on it. Once you buy the license, you're in business, I suppose, for as long as you want to be. Now, let's suppose that the host or owner does not comply with fire codes or any other codes. Can the license be revoked? Well, there's no provision for that. In fact, there's no provision for enforcement at all, from what I can see. The landowner could claim that the license is a vested property right and cannot be taken away without due process, and probably be correct. Some sort of hearing and notice would be required. So it's a very faulty ordinance, but the underlying presumption of the ordinance is that we're going to allow a commercial use in residential neighborhoods. I concur with everything that Mr. Bach said, Mr. Wiggins said, Mr. Carey said. This is about business. People make money from these things. Airbnb is the leading home sharing entity. You know, that is a $30 billion corporation. That's with a B. The people who buy the land and own the homes, of course, make money from renting them. I concur with Mr. Carey that this began, or the home sharing concept, sort of a B&B type thing. The owner or host had to be there. And I concur that if this is to be permitted in the city, it should be owner-occupied. It is a change in zoning, as Mr. Bach said. What this amounts to is that if this were to be enacted, the owner of my house next door could begin operating what amounts to a mini hotel or a B&B, whether I liked it or not. I would have no notice, no opportunity to be heard, but it is a change in land use. So we oppose it on that ground. And we ask, as Mr. Carey did, if this were to be permitted in Edgemere, how would it benefit me? How would it benefit the people on my street? It won't be the end of the world, but it will be a great inconvenience and a bad, bad precedent. On my street, there's someone down toward Hudson who's been doing this for social events, I think. Now, Northwest 35th Street isn't very wide. It was built a long time ago. And when these events occur, people park on both sides of the street. On my side of the street, and of course I'm right across from the park, they park next to the park, and they park on my side of the street against the curb. That creates one lane for traffic to get through. When that occurs, if I want to go that way, I can get my SUV through. But a fire truck could never get through. An ambulance could never get through. There are certain parts of the city where parking would be an issue that implicates not only inconvenience but safety. I'm willing to compromise on this. I think my client would. If this must be, if as a public policy matter the council decides that there is some kind of value into allowing this practice to continue, then I suggest that it be recognized for what it is, a commercial use in a residential neighborhood, and that it be allowed only by special exception. Now, if someone in Edgemere wants to engage in this, let them file an application for a special exception, give notice to surrounding landowners, and give them an opportunity to be heard and object if they wish to. Some instances this might be compatible, some it may not. But I think because it is such a fundamental change in land use that a notice and a hearing is appropriate. I want to mention one or two more things. This has caused an uproar all over the United States. It's been difficult to deal with. But in the New York Times last week, August 16th, there was an article about New York City regulating Airbnb in that town. And the week before this article appeared, Mayor de Blasio signed an ordinance passed unanimously by the City Council. It required short-term rental companies like Airbnb to give the city the addresses of its listings and the names of its hosts. Now, why would they want that? So they can be sure that these rental properties are in compliance with safety codes and fire codes. That doesn't sound unreasonable to me. Shortly thereafter, Governor Cuomo in New York signed a bill which would allow hosts to be fined up to $7,500 for using apartments that violate housing regulations. And then, of course, Airbnb didn't want to ignore that, so they started handing out money, by the way. They gave $10 million to some local housing organizations because one of the complaints up there in New York about this is that this practice takes affordable housing off the market, creates a shortage of apartments. So Airbnb dealt with that by handing out cash to some housing organizations. I hope you'll defeat this. I don't think it belongs in HP neighborhoods at all. It's not allowed in Gaillardia, as I remember, I think by covenant. Am I right? Yeah. If for some reason you can identify some benefit at large to the public, then enact it as a special exception and give people who are opposed to this practice in their neighborhood an opportunity to be heard. I know this is a difficult issue, and I thank you very much, and you're welcome to visit our park in Edgemere, walk your dog. We even have little bags. We have a little stand with little bags for your dog, and I think you'll find it a very pleasant atmosphere. Any questions?
Eric, can I ask you a question? So you talked about Gaillardia. I live in a building where you can't do Airbnb no matter what I or the council thinks, because the HOA has control.
I know.
Do you think that neighborhoods should have the ability to opt out if there's, you wouldn't have unanimous consensus, but if there's clear consensus, especially where a district overlay already exists?
Sure, I would favor that. We just don't want it in Edgemere, Ed. And if we were asked, we would opt out. I mean, the leadership hired me to come down here and say that. We can get a formal survey, as I talked to Meg about, and I think we'll find it'll be in the 80% range, just like Heritage Hills. But yes, that's fine with me. Now, that's a challenging thing for the city attorneys to draft up to do it that way, but I would approve of it if that's the way you want to do it.
So we talked about this 2 weeks ago. There is a mechanism for that, correct? Or no?
Well, the legal problem with doing that is you're delegating the police power to people by, they're just going to take a vote on whether they want to opt out or not. There's case law that says that's invalid. I mean, you can certainly pass an ordinance to that effect, but it might be challenged, and that provision might be held invalid. You're a lot better off just making it a special exception use.
That's why I said it's challenging, and I concur with what Mr. Jordan said.
So how Gaillardia does it because
they have covenants.
They have covenants for all.
Right. Original CCRs, and that's the question I was going to ask you is, as far as your covenants, do you have the ability to amend those covenants?
Well, that's an interesting question. I had occasion to research that for several neighbors, because there is a statute that allows, as you know, the amendment of covenants by a vote of the property owner subject to those covenants. But the covenants have to be in existence. Now, we didn't always have covenants. What we had were plat restrictions. And back in the late 20s, in Edgemere, we didn't have covenants in the sense we do today. They were embodied in the plat. We had plat restrictions. And they have expired. And I think Crown Heights, I think I looked at their plat once, I think they've expired too, so that which has expired cannot be amended. I did take a look at that, so
it's your opinion.
I mentioned it simply for the intent of the original developer.
And that, Eric, is the case with Heritage Hills as well.
Sure.
Those plat things go back to 1902.
Sure, yes.
So you cannot do, in your neighborhood, you cannot do a Title 11 amendment to the covenants because they expired.
Or already considered it, no, can't do it. Cannot amend that which no longer exists.
May I say two things, Eric, with regard to your comments specifically? You talked about there not being enforcement in this ordinance, and there actually is enforcement. It goes back and references, Kenny, help me, this ordinance references specifically our hotel motel tax and hotel motel ordinances, and a license can be revoked for any number of things, including nuisances and noise and all sorts of things. So there is some enforcement in here.
I think it was in, we had a meeting yesterday, and Susan Randall, I believe, was reading from, is it chapter 26?
26 is what I seem to.
It's on licensing, right.
Glad to hear it.
Chapter 26, there are some provisions on licensing where you can revoke a license if they, Bob, do you have that?
Yeah, that's correct. It's in item E, the reference to the revocation or suspension, and there's 5 conditions. I can read them if you'd like me to. Sure. It's failure of the licensee or permittee to strictly comply with the provisions of this code relating to specifically to the person, business, activity covered by the permit or license. Failure of the licensee or permittee to substantially comply with all provisions of this code for the regulation and maintenance of public order, welfare, peace, health, or safety. Conviction of an offense involving misconduct, fraud, dishonesty, or moral turpitude. Conviction of a felony. Procuring a license or permit or renewal of the same by fraud, misrepresentation, false or misleading statements, evasion, or suppression of material facts.
That's in Chapter 26, not Chapter 59.
Right. It's in the license. It's in the item E that creates the license.
So can I say, and the second thing I just wanted to clarify is that with regard to the actions that New York has taken in terms of wanting names and addresses, that's exactly why we're trying to create a license. So we, in fact, know who is participating in this hearing. So I just wanted to put that up.
Yeah, that's all fine theoretically, but let's get real. Does the city have the wherewithal, the personnel to police thousands of hosts, owners? I don't think they do. And first of all, we all know that when we have code enforcement issues, the city is not proactive, it's reactive. It has to be. We don't have the people. So who is really going to police these things? The neighbors, probably. There'll be complaints. Do we really want to create a situation where we have to add personnel and layers of regulation to go out and enforce them, and when probably it can't be done anyway? I mean, why create this problem? The only people that make money off this are the people that rent the spaces, and Airbnb who gets a cut of it, and yes, I know, the city will get a piece too. I don't think it's worth it. There's always the law of unintended consequences. When you do something like this, you don't know how it's going to work out, and it certainly didn't work out very well in places like Arlington, Fort Worth, Austin, and look what New York's going through. Their state legislature is now dealing with the issue.
Eric, as you know, I agree with you on almost all of this. I just do want to be clear that we didn't create this. We've got disruptive technology that's happening all around us. The chambers are full today with this subject matter and scooters and all sorts of things. And so we have a duty to set a policy.
I'm glad I'm not here on the scooters.
You may well, please stay.
We're happy to have you here on scooters. I don't ride scooters anymore. Anyway, thank Councilman.
So how would the Board of Adjustment decide if you have an applicant and then you have neighbors that are adamantly opposed? On what criteria would the Board of Adjustment decide whether to give a special exemption?
Yeah. The same as it always does. Boards of adjustment, have three principal jurisdictional aspects. One, they hear variances. Two, they hear special exceptions. And three, they hear appeals from administrative officials on zoning matters. They would decide an application for a special exception the same way that they decide other special exceptions. Whatever's in the ordinance, if there are standards there, they have to be satisfied that they'll be complied with.
So what criteria would they use?
I'd have to look it up to tell you, but, the Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial body. They have discretion. If they see a bunch of neighbors who are opposed to it, they can say, no, we're not going to give it to you.
Yeah. Susan has it. There are criteria where they can look at the health, basically the health, safety, and welfare of the area.
Right. In the ordinance, it sets forth the standards for the special exception, and there's like 7 of them, and one of them is like the proposed use shall be in harmony with the policies of the comprehensive plan. The use shall be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the zoning district regulations. The proposed use shall not adversely affect the use of neighboring properties, will not generate pedestrian and vehicular traffic that's hazardous. They talk about parking. And those are set forth in the existing ordinance for
That's good
standards.
enough for me.
I mean, it really comes down to health, safety, and welfare. If you can't get an ambulance in there, if you can't get a fire truck because of what's going to happen at the house, then the ordinance, or then the attempt to get the application would be blocked by the Board of Adjustment.
And also you'd add the condition that for those that get the special exception, that the owner would have to be in residence at the time of the home sharing.
Which would be a good provision, we think.
Would be at the same time as the rental?
Yes.
So it would be a shared room?
Wouldn't necessarily be in the same room, but they have to be residing in the home.
He's got to be there, and he's got to make breakfast, too.
Right.
Just like a B&B.
But Kenny, that's debate. That point is debatable.
Yes.
And I would ask...
Absolutely.
Somebody earlier said there's clear data on crime, and I'd ask that anybody who's interested send us what you're reading. I'm seeing maybe a positive association with property crime, but a negative association with violent crime. And I'm seeing shared rooms having a positive association with crime, so I'm not sure why we would insist on shared rooms. But that's just my preliminary look at a Google
We don't
search.
have any data on
So if anybody has a study, I would appreciate emailing that to the council and letting us review that in the next few weeks as we consider prioritizing shared rooms, but there's at least some people indicating that shared rooms might have a higher association with crime in certain conditions.
One thing I would point out, however, that a short-term rental, as this would regulate, right now it's unregulated. So it's basically in the same category as someone just renting their home, say, for 31 days or for 6 months or a year or whatever. So it's right now, you can rent your home out unless you have covenants that say you can't, or attempt to say you can't.
Any other questions? I want to thank the council for the time and attention you're giving this matter. Thanks a lot. Yes, Councilman.
I hear this about an ordinance and a covenant. If we tried to solve this problem with covenants, would that not take the city out of the investigation and prosecution if we tried to enforce a covenant? I've been told that the city cannot enforce a neighborhood covenant, that that's up to the HOA in the neighborhood to pursue.
Generally speaking, that's true. Covenants are a private contract between and among the people who own land in a given area. And it's enforceable either by any lot owner, generally, or the HOA, generally. The city usually stays out of it. I've seen covenants where they provide that the city can enforce them if it wishes to, but I have never seen that occur. So the problem is, though, Councilman, that in neighborhoods such as mine, in HP neighborhoods, like Heritage Hills, Edgemere, Putnam Heights, Crown Heights, we can't change the covenants. It's too late. Galardia is a recent vintage. And, other neighborhoods that prohibit this kind of thing by covenants, those covenants are still enforced, but our plat restrictions expired. So we can't, the HP neighborhoods don't have that option.
The other thing I'd say, Councilman McAtee, is that as far as covenants are concerned, that's controlled by state law. And you would have to amend the state law to try to come up with something that benefited other neighborhoods that aren't as new.
Yeah. Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you. And there was a method to my leniency on the time because I knew that the first couple of speakers had been hired to represent a large group of people. If I'm reading correctly, I think the next 6 people who have signed up are probably just speaking as individuals. And so I would ask them to keep their remarks to 3 minutes. And we'll start with, these 3 have signed up on one sheet. I don't know if that means they wish to speak at the same time or send a representative, but Nathan Cow, Scarlett Cow, and Dennis Rudisil. Welcome. If you wouldn't, whoever speaks, say your name and address.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. We're here as hosts to share with you our experience with Airbnb short-term rental.
Okay.
Nathan Cow, was soon to be 515 Northwest 13th Street.
And I'm Scarlett Cow, and our soon address is going to be 515 Northwest 13 as well.
Hi, I'm Dennis Rudisil. I'm an employee of theirs. My address is 2255 Northwest 42nd Street.
To begin with, today we're going to represent you with 3 main points. First, how did we start with home sharing? And second, we want to talk about how we're going to run our hosts, our home sharing experience. And last, we're going to talk about the economic impacts of home sharing to Oklahoma City. So first, let's hear about our story, how we started first. When I gave birth to my son, he was in NICU for 13 days at the OU Medical Hospital, Children's Hospital. And after that, I have to be sent home to free the room. And I was panicked because I have to pump every 2 or 3 hours to provide breast milk to my son. And so I want to stay away from my son. And then how can I'm going to, there's no hotels around that close enough for us to have a kitchen that we can survive, that we can cook and we can wash our clothes, and close to the hospital, because I have to pump every 2 hours. bring it to provide to our son. So after that experience, I met with my best friend at OSU, which is Dennis Rudisil here, and we say that we need to solve the problem. So that's why we start with the home sharing here. And the first home we did was actually in Lincoln Terrace. It was exactly the home I think of when I was in the hospital. I do have a home in Lincoln Terrace, but it does not have a bed, and I cannot live there. So that's how we started with home sharing. So it was, so now let's talk about how we run the home sharing here. Dennis is going to fill us in with the mechanism of the home sharing.
Yeah, again, my name is Dennis Rudisil. I operate as the sort of short-term leasing specialist for Nathan and Scarlett. So I oversee everything pretty much from when a contractor finishes making a house ready to the buying of the furniture, the decoration, writing the copy, taking the pictures, posting the ad, fielding inquiries, coordinating calendars, coordinating housekeepers for the properties that we run this way. I think the biggest misconception that I've heard so far is the type of people that are using the service. Like Scarlett said, her sort of first inclination to start was people that needed a home that was furnished in a way that wasn't available in the area. We have a ton of people who are travel nurses that don't want, the sterile sort of hotel accommodations, that want to be involved in the most vibrant parts of the city where our properties are. We have lots of people who are relocating to the area that want to scope out different parts of the neighborhood, historic parts, entertainment districts, lively districts. People who are used to this service being provided in other major metropolitan areas that they, frequent. Yeah, so I think the biggest policing force of the enforcement of, these regulations at any property is the host themselves. Because it is a ratings-based system, we're given a rating out of 5 stars on Airbnb, and we return a rating out of 5 stars on Airbnb. So if, we do our best to ensure that the properties are at that 5-star level all the time. With regards to the codes that are already in place, as far as parking, as far as noise, as far as the lawn being mowed, we are the first people to be worried about that at any of the properties that we operate this way. And I have a really good relationship with a lot of our neighbors, that they have my phone number and I have theirs, and if they see a car is blocking their driveway, they can call me directly, and I can message the guest and say, hey, can you move your car? Just a couple weeks ago, there was like a mini keg on the porch, and it turned out that it was just a gift from a brother, but the neighbor called it and said right away, hey, this is a problem. I called, it was addressed right away, Yeah, we're just as concerned about the well-being of our property, more concerned about the well-being of our property and the proper sort of operation of our properties as the neighbor, definitely.
I would like to add briefly, talk about demand and economic vitality of Airbnb to our local urban core district. As some of you know, a number of our districts, including Plaza, Paseo, Uptown, Western Avenue, Asian District, do not have hotels within the district. And many guests have sought out that unique experience in this local district. And to that point, a recent article by Oklahoma Gazette stated that more than 40% of guest spending that are living in the neighborhood, more than 40% of guest spending are happening in the neighborhood that they live in. So that is an enormous boost to an economic, to the local business. So in conclusion, we are supportive of the new ordinance for the forward and growth of Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Gail Vines?
Well, I was going to say good morning, but I think it's close to good afternoon. My name is Gail Vines, and I live in historic Brookhaven Addition in Oklahoma City. I've owned and operated Flip's Wine Bar and Trattoria. We opened in 1985. I served on the Oklahoma City Public School Board for 8 years. I currently serve on the downtown John Rex Public Charter School. It's, since its very beginning, instrumental in its design, its concept, its name, and its growth and success. I chair St. Baldrick's OKC, which has raised over $1.5 million for pediatric cancer research. And I have served on the Oklahoma City Ballet Board for 3 years. And I have and operate an Airbnb for 2 years. I have a 5-star rating and many return guests. I have never, or had my neighbors, had a single problem with my guests that have stayed and come to Oklahoma City from around the world. I've housed celebrities who wanted an Oklahoma City experience, not to wake up in another hotel room in another city, but to experience the people, the streets, the Oklahoma City culture. Operating an Airbnb gives me the ability to donate 6 weeks out of the year to house guest artists who are staging ballets on our company here, guests from New York to Amsterdam. Operating an Airbnb gives me the ability to give people a unique experience. People want an experience now. They can eat fast food anywhere, anytime. Guests critique you, and you critique the guests, so the level of care and attention is extremely high. I have a beautiful home and a cottage on the Deep Fork River, and I love to share that with people. Home sharing definitely is connecting the world. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had a former council person, a former school board member, and the son of a council person today, which is a small town we've got here. Rob Littlefield. Okay? Or, I'm sorry, Rob, are you there? Okay, yes. Yeah, 2 traffic commissioners.
Rob Littlefield, 1148 Northwest 56th Street. Today I have a prepared statement, but before I start that, there's some things that I want to address that disturb me. We're referring to this as it. It is renting property, as Gail Vines described. And when I hear a representative of a neighborhood present to you that there are thousands of these things, there are, I think, about 300 of them in the city of Oklahoma City. So I think it's important that we don't over-exaggerate what is it, how is it negatively affecting these neighborhoods. I'm a host. I'll start my presentation. I'll probably read it more than anything else. I have a partner, and we have 3 Airbnb properties. One is a cottage behind our home, and the other 2 are standalone homes. One is in Shepherd neighborhood, and one is in Sequoia neighborhood. We've rented for 5 years on Airbnb. Have never had an issue or complaint from any neighbor or the neighborhood, not one. And in fact, when we were presented by another neighbor about the idea with the first one to go off of mainstream renting and try Airbnb, we talked to our neighborhood association. We talked to our neighbors, and our neighbors all know what we're doing, and they appreciate it. The aesthetics of the outside of our homes that we rent on Airbnb far exceed many of the housing stock in Sequoia neighborhood and Shepherd. on the block in Shepherd. They become a catalyst for helping those more compromised next-door neighbors' properties to become fixed up. So there's tremendous benefit there. There was a comment made earlier today. Well, what benefit is this to our neighborhood? That's one benefit. Laura Johnson, respectfully, and I'm not attacking her, I want to make something kind of clear in her presentation 2 weeks ago. She made the comment that venues are difficult to locate and that hosts would go underground. And that's really not the case. As I said earlier, we have visited with our neighbors in our neighborhoods, and they know what we're doing there. They knew our intent when we started them. The model of Airbnb is when a guest starts researching for a place to stay, you don't get the address. And when they talk to a host and they're asking questions, we don't have their personal information. It's the Airbnb business model to protect the private information of people until there's a confirmed reservation. So hosts have not been intentionally not exposing what we're doing. I think that was an important comment. The historic neighborhoods opposition to this, it was also presented to you that historic neighborhoods were opposed to it. They're not all opposed to it. That's, I think, one of the difficult things today. Mesta Park came before the Planning Commission and spoke out that they had met in equally the same fashion that Heritage Hills did, and they support home sharing in their neighborhood. Shepherd neighborhood has been involved in a group that has been ongoing for discussion. Shepherd neighborhood came to those meetings and said they're not opposed to space sharing. So how would a council, it just seems almost impossible to me to have this neighborhood can do this and this neighborhood can do that on this particular subject. I think it needs to be understood what they are, understood that they're good neighbors, understood that as I go further, I consider the way I do Airbnb as a rental property. It's the choice I make to rent my property. Some 34 to 37%, and some sources even say 50% of the residential housing stock in Oklahoma City are rental properties, mainstream rental properties. 300 Airbnbs in Oklahoma City. And when you look at who are the problem properties, Laura Johnson also presented 2 weeks ago to you that she's had no real complaints, very few complaints. I would challenge any of you folks to go to some of the neighborhoods in your ward and look at the condition of some of those rental properties. And there's no regulation on them. There's no ordinance on them. They don't, no tax, no tourism taxes or anything like that are imposed upon them. So what's a good way to rent your property? Home sharing is a great way to rent your property, and it appreciates the next door neighbors. I'm getting out of breath. This is a use question. It's not, I keep hearing this commercial encroachment. It says clearly that it is a use unit, conditional use. It says nothing about it's a commercial use. There's no signage in front of these things. That makes a big difference. I'm trying not to repeat what other folks have already said. Pardon me?
But can I ask you a question, Rob?
Sure.
I mean, you're on the Traffic Commission. You're more qualified than probably anybody to talk about the traffic. The point's been made that people might do an Airbnb, have a party, and then cars outside would block traffic. I mean, it seems that if you would block Airbnb because of that, I mean, people have parties all the time where you have cars in the street that might preclude emergency vehicles.
Well, first of all, in our Airbnbs, we don't permit parties. We don't host people that party, or events for that matter. So we're looking at one Uber driver coming to pick somebody up, drop them off twice a day, or one car. The concern of this with the traffic concern on neighborhoods, to me, is just like, what? It's renting. It's no more, it's no more vehicles than if it was an owner-occupied house in most cases.
You're not aware of any complaints based on traffic. What are your thoughts on this special exception provision at the Board of Adjustment?
I think this ordinance is on the mark. I don't think it's necessary to go any further than this. What's really interesting about this ordinance is behind me are a group of people that I've worked with for a very long time, and we've talked about this ordinance over and over again, and we're willing to sign up for it. We're not looking at this ordinance as something that's restricting us. We're looking at this ordinance as something that benefits the city. It helps solve the concerns for the HP neighborhoods. It gives the city a list of who's operating them. We're willing to do that. So I don't think any higher scrutiny of this would solve any problems. In fact, I don't think there even is a problem to solve. Our city manager's office reported that there's been no real problems. So we're willing to do this. But I think any more scrutiny is unnecessary. I'm sure that there are people that will be speaking behind me. I think there might be 4 Airbnbs in Heritage Hills. I'm not sure, but they're not 400, and there never will be. Any other questions? Losing my voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Suzanne Broadbent. Suzanne? Okay. Oh. Please, come forward. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Sure. Good morning. I'm Suzanne Broadbent. I live at 3625 North McKinley in the Putnam Heights Historic Preservation District. I don't need to repeat what has been so ably stated by Mr. Groves, pointing out several problems with this amendment, or with this ordinance. I am here to mainly let you know that people in Putnam Heights are very concerned, along with our sister HP districts, and I would say probably other neighborhoods if they were as organized and as informed as we are on this issue. The Putnam Heights Board has talked about this issue for a couple of times and were unanimous in their opposition to this ordinance as it's written right now. There is absolutely no protection for neighborhoods. If I might give you an example of how neighborhoods can respond and do when there are threats to the neighborhood. A few years ago in Putnam Heights, and we're very small, we're 104 houses, which means whatever we take on, there are very few of us that are tapped for money and all that sort of thing that it takes, but we're very committed, and we do a lot to add to the city through our neighborhoods. And by the way, before I get off on this other point, there's been some talk about the economic impact of Airbnb and all these sorts of things. I want you to remember, our neighborhoods have a tremendous economic impact on this city. We not only pay a lot in property taxes, we keep people here, and we set the tone for the city. You know, when we buy our houses, we buy them relying on the protections that this city gives us through the zoning, through the uses that are allowed, et cetera. And we, you know, whether we consciously know that or not, we buy it based on those protections, and this ordinance very much goes against those protections and threatens them. But I was going to tell you a quick story. We got notice, this is important, This ordinance provides no notice to neighborhoods. You've heard that. We had noticed a couple of years ago that someone in Putnam Heights wanted to turn one of the big, beautiful houses that are in Putnam Heights. I'll extend the invitation that Edgemere, please drive through, look at us. We're proud of our neighborhood. Wanted to turn that house into a duplex. Well, they had to go before the Board of Adjustment. So we got notice. So we were there. We were able to point out the horrific idea that this was, and we won unanimously at the Board of Adjustment. We had to defend it in district court. We raised $10,000 to do that and would have taken it farther if we had to. We prevailed in district court. This is the importance of neighborhoods having notice of what's going to happen. And as the council sits here and could vote on this, not today, I understand that, but when you do, how many neighborhoods will have notice that you're allowing their next door neighbor to open a hotel next door? If nothing else, we have to reject this proposal just on the basis of taking away that notice, that opportunity for neighborhoods. We are calling this very often the Airbnb ordinance. Well, there are a whole lot more parties here than just Airbnb, and they are not regulated. You know, we have Craigslist, which has properties. Just get on Craigslist. We have people who have put their Airbnb, quote-unquote, properties in charity auctions. So there's really no vetting on who is going to be in this business. And it is a business, and it is introducing commercial activity in our neighborhoods. The thing that I would just want to leave you with is we can avoid the problems that other cities have had with Airbnb that they're now trying to clean up with a well-crafted approach to how we're going to deal with Airbnb, using that term generally. We need some direction from the council to city staff that you want neighborhoods protected and that we don't want a lopsided, and I would go so far as to say a one-sided proposal that this is. And as far as enforcement, there's nothing to enforce in this ordinance except a $24 licensing fee. So if I complain that somebody's not meeting this ordinance, they have to come down, pay $24, and they can carry on business as usual. The guts, the gist, the import, and some would say the devil in this ordinance is allowing a change of use that is significant for neighbors. Mr. Groves has talked about that extensively, and I know you understand better from him than you will from me because he's very good at these things. But just what he said.
Thank you. You have a lovely home, by the way. I haven't stayed in it through Airbnb, but I have been there. Right? Melinda Irwin.
Hello. Hi, my name is Melinda Irwin, and I live at 405 Northwest 16th Street, and I have for 22 years. I am a travel agent, and I own a business in Midtown. I have been, so I guess let me explain what I'm Airbnb-ing. I am Airbnb-ing our maid's quarters above our garage. And I have been for over 5 years. And we also own a multifamily building in Mesta Park, which is also historic preservation. And it has 8 efficiency apartments. So I started hosting about 5 years ago, and lots of repeat guests. I learned a lot. I don't allow instant bookings. I make my guests email me and tell me why they're coming to our city. I have a 3-night minimum stay. I don't want to be a hotel. I don't want to exchange for that. I think the hard part for me is, it's like, is it okay to rent them long-term but not short-term? Because it's the same amount of cars, My neighbors all rent their apartments either to students, medical students, and my short-term tenants are typically more affluent than my long-term tenants are. I mean, Airbnb has a lot more sophisticated verification system than I do. My background checks is kind of my intuition. And I know most of these people who are opposed aren't landlords themselves. We've been a landlord in the neighborhood for over 15 years. I have guests from all over the world. They come for medical reasons, Dean A. McGee, FAA, traveling nurse. I mean, none of them are coming to Oklahoma City to have a party. And that's just been the argument. And I have hosted hundreds of people over the last 5 years. So I converted 2 more units in my multifamily to Airbnb because the demand was so high. And I've never had any issues. My long-term tenants are a lot more problematic than my Airbnb tenants. So I know we need some type of ordinance. I don't mind having a permit. Whether this is it, I don't know. I feel like no one has really addressed all the multifamily buildings in Heritage Hills and Mesta Park. And I'm not sure, you know, the survey said, well, if a neighbor complains 3 times, well, how is that complaint validated? I mean, I may want to complain that my neighbor has too loud a car, or, you know, I mean, I don't know how does it have to be a ticketed offense? So I love being a host. It goes along with my travel background, and I just want everyone to enjoy their stay in Oklahoma City, and I love hosting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Shannon Rundell. Your presence is noted. Thank you. Is there, I take it by your hand you wish to speak? Okay, can you come to the mic, please? Thank you. And you as well? Okay.
My name is Rob Lane, so I'm a Rob also, but I own houses. I'm a long-term landlord, and I do short-term rentals as well. I own in several historical areas through Oklahoma City, and everything that I've heard from other hosts is pretty much exactly correct. There's only thing that we haven't had any problems so far. I've been doing this for 2 years. I have 2 properties, converting another one, and adding 2 more Airbnb. So I'll have a total of 5 by the end of the year, but something that wasn't necessarily mentioned was as far as regulation, insurance regulates us pretty hard because we have to let our insurance companies know that these are Airbnbs. So I have one in a historical area and I have one in a non-historical area right now. They come into these houses, make sure that there's escape plans, make sure that there's fire extinguishers on every level, carbon monoxide detectors, smoke detectors, so we are governed by our insurance. Another big thing that I noticed that wasn't mentioned is a lot of hotels don't allow animals, and we do. Some of us do, some of us do not. So as far as the Edgemere Park and having the bags there, that's kind of helpful for, the Airbnbs there in Edgemere Park. And as far as what Rob was saying, about 300 total Airbnb properties, so you're looking about approximately 1,000 beds. That's about all it's in Oklahoma City.
Okay.
So,
thank you. And you wish to speak as well, ma'am? Please come to the microphone. State your name and address.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariah Johnson, 1320 North Missouri Avenue. So I'm actually a landlord. I have 5 properties in Oklahoma City, and then I have 3 Airbnbs. Never had any negative experience with my Airbnb. It's really great because you get to connect with people from around the world, and I set up a guest book and let them know, hey, this is what we have in this district. This is what we have for this area. So all around the complaints and things, I haven't experienced. I've been doing Airbnb for 2 years. I've also traveled with Airbnb to Jamaica and Costa Rica and places like that. And it's good to have that experience where you go to a whole nother country and you feel at home. You're not in a sterile hotel room. You can bring your pets. You can cook. It's a great experience. And so I hear everything that everyone's saying, but I challenge you guys, if you don't have the app, to download it and actually check it out and see what it's all about. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes those who have signed up to speak or have raised their hands. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak under item 9E? This is the public hearing for this ordinance. Okay. I'll move on to 9F. I recognize that people were generally speaking about E and F, but I want to be clear that we held a public hearing for 9F. Is there anyone who wishes to speak specifically on 9F? Okay. Seeing none, is there anything council wishes to say on this public hearing today regarding these items?
I think I might just say a little. Have everybody go. I have really been looking forward to today and having this public hearing. I think some of my colleagues have, but I have been working on this matter for at least 6 months intently, and I know that Laura's been working on it for at least 3 years in an attempt to try to bring everybody together. I think I heard a couple of pretty significant things today, and the comments are, they weigh on one side or the other of this debate. We heard people that were in general agreement with the ordinance as it was written. We've heard primarily from our HP neighborhoods that have some concerns. We've heard from good, reputable operators that are not in residence in their properties. We've also heard about the value of, the perceived value, and I think probably real value of notice. Certainly with regard to historic neighborhoods. So all that is to say, this is a very difficult subject, and I think we all, and I know I speak for myself, want to respect the desires of our neighborhoods. Some of these historic neighborhoods that we're talking about, and as we've learned, don't have the benefit of current covenants where these things have been prohibited recently. And so what I would ask is that both the planning department and development services get back with legal staff and talk about the two tricky issues of owner-occupied or not owner-occupied and notice or not notice, and see if there's some way we can enhance the work that's already been done around some of the concerns, and perhaps it is as narrow as HP districts. But I think there's a little bit more work that could be done when this comes back for a final vote.
Okay. Any further comments?
I echo Meg's comments. I learned a lot today, and I think that we all need to sit down and keep working on this and the different perspectives. There were some things I haven't thought of until this meeting, and so I appreciate everyone's comments.
So, any further comments?
I mean, it was said today that there really haven't been any complaints to the city. Is that a true statement? Or can we you can get back with us? Or
I think Laura Johnson can probably address that.
okay.
So it's my understanding, and to clarify something that Rob said about the underground comment I made, the very first instance that we had was something that Councilman Ryan brought to our attention maybe 4 years ago, and it was a Quail Creek resident who was renting to a legislator, as it turned out, through Airbnb. And the situation was resolved by the city inspecting several times, but then determining that we had no evidence of this exchange of money for property at that point. So we advised the neighborhood association that they should enforce their covenants. The second was in Linwood, and that couple paid a fine and then ceased their operations. And the third was the one that brought us to where we are today, which was that we did not have enough evidence to support that they were running an Airbnb or a home sharing operation, and so we ceased the enforcement on that. And to my knowledge, that is the end of the complaints that we have received about home sharing, and that has been several years.
Accurate, the 300 number, do you think that's an accurate estimate?
300, so we think there's probably 300 in the Airbnb. We think there might be 250 other platform renters, although those could overlap. So I think your ordinance financial impact statement says something like 567 properties, and I don't actually know how they counted those, but because you don't find out the exact address until you sign up to rent the place, whereas they represented, send someone an email and all that sort of thing, we don't necessarily know. Sometimes people will say that a property that's in the Village, for example, is in Oklahoma City, because that's more understandable for people who are on the platform.
Right. Let's say 500.
That's it.
365 days a year. This has been going on for years. The transactions have to be in the hundreds of thousands, and we've had 3 complaints, is what you're saying.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any further comments on this? So we're scheduled to consider this in 2 weeks, but
I think is it 2 weeks or 4 weeks?
I mean, this is the second of the 3 steps, right? So in theory, or no? No, you skip
I
them
think
up?
it's the 25th.
Correct. Chapter 59, Kenny, required additional notice. So.
Right. Due to notice requirements, it's 4 weeks. It's
Okay.
the 25th of
So
September.
there's a full month to consider
Yes, sir.
changes. Okay. And even then, I mean, you could defer it. Okay. All right. Any further comments on those 2 items under the public hearing? All right.
So we'll keep working.
So, seeing none, we'll move on to 9G. This is also a public hearing, the second of our 3 steps in the process of amending an ordinance. This is an ordinance relating to traffic and how it affects streetcars. It's motor vehicle and traffic, amending Chapter 32, Article 2 of the Code, Section 3296. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on this proposed ordinance?
Jason Fairbrush gave a presentation on this last week, or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Seeing no one wishing to speak, council? All right. There's no vote required. Just wanted to hold the public hearing. We'll move on now to item 9H, ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing on September 11th and final hearing on September 25th. This is relating to businesses and general schedule of fees, amending chapters 13 and 60 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code, et cetera, et cetera. This, of course, relates to bicycles and scooter sharing systems.
This is the introduction of the dockless vehicle ordinance, and so Laura Johnson is not only lucky enough to be able to do Airbnb, she can do dockless vehicles too.
Apparently, I am the new expert on sharing, and my mother would be so proud because she was the original educator in the sharing category. So, yes, we are here to talk about a shared vehicle ordinance today. The ordinance before you has been in development for several months, even before we knew that motorized scooters were on their way here. And I want to acknowledge Jeannie Smith, who is the manager of our Spokies operation, who has kind of become an expert on dockless vehicle operations throughout the country. She attends conferences and that sort of thing. And while I'm at it, I should acknowledge Eric Winger, who has just done yeoman's work on revocable permits in this last couple of weeks while we tried to demonstrate our agility on dockless vehicles. So this ordinance would establish regulations that address the recent addition of these to our city, and then also bicycles that we believe are on their way they're dockless bicycles. So where they're different from Spokie's is our Spokie's operation has docks. They require you to check in every 30 minutes. And so this would allow for an expansion of bicycle opportunities around the city without having infrastructure installed. This provides definitions for shared vehicles that will include both bicycles and scooters. It establishes licensing fees and fees for the removal and storage of the vehicles that are out of compliance. So the shared vehicles are defined as bicycles, electric assist bicycles, electric assist scooters or e-scooters, and dockless bicycles. So in some communities, the bicycles have a little bit of an extra assist for someone like me who might not be excited about that opportunity to just exercise my heart out, and in other places, it's just a simple bicycle. So the application requirements would be that the business files with the Secretary of State to operate a business in Oklahoma, just as anyone would be required to do, that their registered agent's name is on file, that they have a revocable permit for the various staging locations. So the work that's already been done by the Public Works Director to establish those revocable permits for the existing scooters would stand and not need to be repeated, but a similar process would exist for anyone new to the community for that same business. It specifies the number of shared vehicles in the company's fleet. The ordinance is proposed as 75 for the initial deployment, which is what we believe that the current operator has on the ground in Oklahoma City, and then an increase of 25 when the usage justifies that. So as they're demonstrating that each of the vehicles is used on average 3 times a day, they would receive an authorization, or they could request an authorization to increase their fleet by 25. Then it also should include that the vehicles have a GPS tracking system so that they always know where they are, that there's a customer account deactivation plan. And what that means is in the event that someone is using that equipment irresponsibly or illegally, that the company has the ability to deactivate that user's account so that they are not able to continue that type of operation of the vehicle. We're requesting an acceptable privacy policy. We would request that of anyone doing business because that's important that they keep users' information confidential. An identification and just an education scheme. So what that means is that each of the units has to have the corporate identity on that unit so that anyone who is passing by would know which company that unit belonged to so that they could report a customer service issue in the event that the equipment's not properly maintained or properly placed, or make a complaint about a user of that equipment directly to the company. It also requires that they educate their customers so that they know that they are restricted from riding on the sidewalk, that they are expected to wear helmets, and that they follow other local, state, and federal laws, meaning if they're riding in the bike lane, that they follow the traffic laws in the city. The ordinance specifies that they're expected to park them upright on a hard surface in accordance with all the laws, parked at approved sites prior to 7 o'clock in the morning, and that allows us to make sure that the placement of those doesn't create problems or congestion and gets them out first thing in the morning. We're also saying that they should never park within 10 feet of an intersection, a bus stop, a streetcar stop, or a loading zone, not in parking spaces or in landscaping, driveways, entryways, or no parking zones, and then also not in any location for more than 24 hours, which the business model doesn't really cause that concern very much. Especially on these e-scooters, they need to pick them up and charge them, so it'd be an anomaly for them to be any place more than 24 hours. We've requested data sharing, and this will help us with informing decisions about placement, use, the planning process that is behind how to allocate appropriate facilities for this and that sort of thing. So it will also help us manage the customer complaint issue in the event that that gets escalated to us as enforcers of the ordinance. We'll have information that is real-time about those types of complaints. And we really don't want, we want anonymous real-time data. We don't need, you know, like the name of the person that operated the vehicle. Then also the compliance for the licensee, they are responsible, as I said, again, for educating customers about our local ordinances. You know, every community doesn't restrict motorized vehicles from sidewalks, for example, but we do here in Oklahoma City. It must enforce its approved customer account deactivation. In other words, when it is reported to them that someone is violating their use policies, they need to demonstrate that they will deactivate the customer's account. They need to enforce daylight restrictions for applicable vehicles. If they don't have headlights and they're not appropriate for street use after dark, they need to make sure that they're turning those units off at that time. They have to relocate the shared vehicles to an appropriate location within 2 hours of notification of noncompliance, within 2 hours if it's in a right-of-way, inappropriately placed in the right-of-way, or within 1 hour if, upon notification by a property owner that it's improperly placed. So that if you do not agree that a scooter can be used on your property and you are a private property owner, you can notify them and they're required to pick it up within an hour. And then the suspension and revocation process, here's a good place for me to say that this ordinance specifies that the city manager has authority to do a lot of these things, and I want to clarify that he won't be getting all the phone calls personally, sir. I wanted to clarify that. He will have designees that will receive that information. So upon the first violation, not more than 10-day suspension, and that proceeds up through the possibility of license revocation, which would be require them to remove their vehicles from the street and public process and public right-of-way within 1 business day. And then once the license is revoked, there will not be another license issued to that vendor for a year. There are at least 4 steps, and I believe that the city manager is also authorized to issue a warning prior to the first suspension. And then the fees, which are at the end of this, the annual license application fee is $302, which is set the same as any other transportation type license, so that's why it's $302. I had to round out the cents, I guess. The annual shared vehicle fee, which is $30 per shared vehicle, and then the removal fee, which will be the same as the emergency ordinance you passed before, which is $100 per hour for the crew that picks up the vehicles, and then a storage fee of $5 per vehicle per day. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All companies that you've spoken with are what are their views on the application requirement?
Councilman, 2 companies have signed up to speak, so maybe we'll,
Yay!
Laura, what was the base of this ordinance? Was there a model? I'm not asking a question I know the answer to. Was there another city we looked at? Or?
So we have been looking at many other cities, and most other cities that allow this have not adopted permanent ordinance requirements at this time. They either have a pilot project, they have an interim operating agreement, they have a draft ordinance, but we did use the National Association of City Transportation Officials guidelines, which were issued July 11th, so that's a pretty short time ago, in developing the ordinance. We also tried to learn from best practices and difficulties that have arisen in other communities to establish the various regulations.
Okay. One question that jumped out at me during your presentation was the timing of delivery, and I'll be curious to hear from the companies what they think about that. Tell me more about why we care about whether the scooters and bikes are delivered by 7 a.m.
Well, first of all, I think if you're going to provide a viable transportation option, that needs to be, at approximately the same time every day for reliability's sake. Beyond that, you want it to be after the sun comes up, preferably, and then not create congestion, especially in the downtown area. So that's kind of the selection of the time.
Okay. I guess I was just struck by whether that's our business, whether that's not the free markets, and whether there's a thunderstorm at 6:30 a.m., are they suddenly in violation because they haven't delivered?
Yeah, I don't expect that anybody's going to be out writing them citations or trying to cite that. It's just, it establishes a routine and an expectation.
Okay. And I want to talk about the limits, but I want to hear from the companies first. Sure. But also, council members, before the companies come up, is there anything you'd like to say? Okay. All right, we've got Matt Ball. If you wouldn't mind name and address and who you represent.
Matt Ball with CMA Strategies at 201 Robert S. Kerr here in downtown Oklahoma City, here today representing Bird Rides. Unlike previous presenters, I'm not a former councilman or dignitary, I'm not an attorney, and I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express or an Airbnb last night. So, but I am here today to talk about scooters. Appreciate your time this morning or afternoon, and I will be brief in the best interest of your lunch. Oklahoma City's renaissance that you, as a council, have really helped to shape over these previous decades has been amazing. And with success comes new challenges and new needs. One of those needs is an increased need for mobility to move about our city. That's why projects like the downtown streetcar are very vital for our city's transit future, and that's why we believe that innovators like Bird have a place in that transit future as well. It's been a pleasure to work with the city on meeting their requests since Bird's launch of their demonstration pilot earlier this month. And we hope to continue to work in a very collaborative manner as we move forward with this ordinance. It's our hope that discussion on this very vital topic would work to meet two primary goals. First, that the final product would be workable for all stakeholders, including citizens, business, and city government. And second, that this will allow dockless mobility operators to, like Bird, to be able to serve as a first mile, last mile transit solution for the citizens of our city. While we believe that the ordinance that has been introduced today falls short of both of those goals, we very much look forward to working with members of the council, the mayor's office, Mr. City Manager, and city staff to ensure that these goals are met. Just to outline a few of the larger concerns, we will be putting together something in a little bit more detail for each of you to review, but some of the larger concerns I think can really fall into three primary categories. First, the ordinance as it's currently drafted places, in our view, an arbitrarily low cap on the number of scooters per licensed operator. Bird is currently operating at the capped limit of 75, and with excellent utilization rates per scooter. In fact, almost exactly 2 times the required 3 rides per day requirement in the draft ordinance before you today. Obviously, Bird would prefer no caps. I think we certainly recognize the city's position here, and we do appreciate the utilization cap model that Laura has put in place here with this particular draft. That is a model that we can appreciate, one that grows the overall number of the cap number of scooters with demand over time. we can certainly, that's something that is much more amicable than a very hard cap. But we do believe that the numbers, as they stand right now, from a business model perspective, are, I think, a little bit prohibitive. Secondly, the ordinance as it's currently drafted forces, in our view, the dockless model into a docked mobility model. We had hoped that that the ordinance would be a comprehensive dockless mobility model. We don't, in our view, believe that that is what has been achieved here. In addition to the annual license fees and the per scooter fees, something that we have worked with cities on across the country, I think that the concern lies with the continuation of revocable permits. In our discussions with city staff very early on, I think it was readily acknowledged by city staff that the revocable permit process, as it pertains to dockless mobility, was very square peg, round hole, and that this would be something that would be a temporary way to govern this until something more permanent could be adopted or a new permit could be created. And so we would hope that, it was our hope that something in this first draft would contain something that would be specific to dockless. The revocable permit process as it exists today, I think we find very contrary to the dockless model, and it removes market viability from the equation as it relates to the placement of what our client calls nests, where those are placed each and every morning. Ensuring that market demand drives that discussion is, we believe, the best way to ensure that that companies like Bird will be able to serve as a efficient first mile, last mile transportation solution for Oklahoma City citizens. The restrictions section it's 13-249, contains some geofencing language that in our view is not very workable for a dockless model. Section 13-252, the compliance section, actually requires a licensee to, quote, relocate share vehicles to an approved dock. This poses obvious problems for a model that is a dockless mobility model. And finally, thirdly, the ordinance as drafted, in our view, has some provisions that are not very, quite frankly, very business friendly. I think one of which I think the mayor had mentioned. I think we share a little bit of that concern as to what the city needs to know and why. But in the compliance section, requiring a licensee to be responsible for all of its customer behavior, I feel like that's a little excessive. Certainly people are human and they make mistakes. I believe Bird does an excellent job, and I know that other reputable companies do the same in terms of educating their ridership about what to where to ride, how to ride, to wear a helmet, to exercise a safety first mentality. And so it seems a little excessive that we would hold the business accountable for a customer's behavior. While I'm certain that anyone here on the council that enjoys to ride their bike is not an issue. Not every bike rider may. Some bike rider may make a mistake. I don't hear members of the council calling for or city staff calling for us to further regulate Schwinn or pick a bike company. And so another component in the same section on page, on page 3, forcing business to police its customers. Page 5, forcing business to share any customer complaints and resolutions to complaints. In our view, I think that is a similar situation to the scenario that you laid out, Mr. Mayor. Not really sure why the city needs to or wants to know that. Certainly, if a citizen chooses to make a complaint or lodge a complaint with the city, that is absolutely, in our view, in the council and city government's purview. Again, the city permits restaurants. I'm not aware of a situation where we require a restaurateur to disclose to city government customer complaints that may arise and how those customer complaints were resolved. So these are just a few of the overarching concerns that Byrd has with this particular draft. We look forward to submitting numerous suggested changes and work with each of you in all humility to improve this ordinance, to again ensure that it meets the needs of our citizens, of city government, and of business. Thank you very much.
Matt, can I drill down on what you said about revocable permits? So are you envisioning a structure where you and other companies would place vending areas for bikes and scooters in places where no permissions have been obtained from the property owner and the city has not been consulted? It's just based on what you deem?
No, I think what I would say is I can speak for our client. I know that our client's best practice is to they do have, contrary to some of the reports, they do have a team of folks that is on the ground that does interact with property owners. I think that the hang-up is the revocable permit dictating exactly where a nest can be placed when there is private interaction with property owners ongoing. We would, I think, support something that would be a little bit more market-driven in that regard. I would point city staff in the direction of the dockless ordinance that has been passed by the city of Dallas, which I think is a scenario that has worked, as I mentioned, for all three parties, I think, very well. And there were, I think, the city of Dallas did experience some hiccups with dockless bicycles very early on, where numerous bicycles, well into the thousands, were put into the city of Dallas, and it had created a stir. And so they began working on an ordinance and included all dockless mobility. And I feel, our client feels, I think, that particular product is one that has worked very well. So, again, I would say the city staff had acknowledged to us that it was very square peg, round hole in terms of dockless mobility and the revocable permits, because it kind of leans into a more of a docked situation than a dockless model. And so our hope would be that we could come up with something new that would be more dockless specific. That's our
Questions for Matt? I've got to follow on to David's question, and I may be dense, but I'm still completely unclear as to what you mean about your issues with the revocable permit.
I'm sorry, say again?
I'm just completely unclear as to what your issue is with the revocable permit and or what you see as a solution.
I think in terms of detailed solutions, I'm happy to I don't know that I'm ready to present those ideas necessarily before the body today. I do think that situations that are working where city government is working to, certainly we want city government and to be a responsible regulator, and we want responsible regulations. I think that there are other issues to think through as it relates to revocable permits. We've been informed by city staff that you cannot lay a revocable on top of a revocable from a geographic perspective. Well, let's say dockless mobility just takes off, and in the city of Oklahoma City, it's certainly been very popular to date. And Byrd and Lime and these other companies decide to go and get revocable permits across the city. It seems a little odd that business, in this case, would be competing with a family that may want to block off a street for their child's birthday party, this all-encompassing way that the revocable permit is used throughout the community. It seems a little odd that business would be competing for those geographic locations. So our hope is that we can come up with something that is modeled on other cities that have done this successfully, such as Dallas, to come up with something that's dockless.
What are the other cities you're referring to besides Dallas? Anybody in specific?
Offhand, I know, I think that regionally, the strongest law that is on the books is the city of Dallas. Quite frankly, I think it translates the easiest to a city like Oklahoma City. Regionally, outside of the region, I'm not entirely certain. I can get that answer for you, though. I'm happy to.
I have a comment or a question about the section that would hold you or your company, Bird, for example, responsible for actions by any of the users of the scooters. I think that's problematic in that I don't believe, and Mark, maybe you know differently, car rental agencies are not held responsible for the use of the rental car, you know, if a person uses it while they're intoxicated or, you know, just makes poor decisions driving it. I think that's too much of a reach on the city's part. However, if you have a situation where you've had a particular customer and they've encountered several problems previously, don't you have a responsibility not to rent that scooter out to that person again?
No, I certainly understand your question. My understanding is that our client has the ability to revoke anybody's ability to ride based on how they park their vehicle, how they, if they detect any kind of fraudulent, violent criminal activity, anything of that nature. Of course, those ridership privileges can be revoked.
Okay, so you have the...
That is a policy
right
that our
do
client
it,
has in place.
But
yes.
will they actually implement that policy?
That's in their official company policy, so it's my understanding.
Okay. One other point then. If one of your users damages property, private or public, will the city have the ability through your records to identify that person, saying someone who leaves the scene of that accident or purposeful use of that scooter in that manner?
I would suspect so, absolutely. I mean, the operator, in this case Bird, would want to be a good actor with the city, sharing that kind of information so that any kind of unlawful activity would be unacceptable.
Well, and then one final point, should they damage property and we have difficulties in collecting against that individual, would the city have the ability to, since you have credit card information, pursue through your company recovery of any damages?
That is a question I do not necessarily know the answer to. I'm happy to get that answer for you. Certainly, Councilman. I do know that any agreement that Bird has signed with the city or ordinance that has guided Bird's activity in a certain city involves the city being indemnified completely. So I can answer that, but as to that specific question, I'll have to get that answer for you.
Thank you.
So as a legal matter, probably we would seek our indemnification from you, and then you would, if you cared, would seek in a separate matter some sort of liability from the user who caused you to have to
I believe that.
Yeah, I don't know that we would come to you just because you had their credit card information. That would probably no real procedure for that mechanism. But Mark, did you have a...
I was just trying to think that through, and as far as the operator uses the tool negligently, and it's no fault of the tool is not defective, and I don't know how we go against them for something that a third party did negligently.
Right. Yes, in that case, yes, if it's not the fault.
I would say to other cities to point to might be Nashville, San Antonio, where this has worked successfully. We'd encourage city staff to review Austin as well. There has been no city where an ordinance has been passed that requires each nest location to be individually permitted. This before you today, in that regard, is precedent setting. I want to make that abundantly clear. I don't think I said that specifically.
So Laura, was what he's describing as being unique, was that part of the recommendations, though, from the national body that you turned to?
I'm sorry, I missed.
He just referenced that getting revocable permits for every vending location is unique in the country, but was that part of the recommendations that were issued in July?
So the revocable permit recommendation belongs to us, and it is reflective of what it is my understanding, and Kenny is in here so he can correct me if I'm wrong. But in Oklahoma, that right-of-way, that easement is granted to the city but belongs to the property owner. So what we're really doing is complying with a process that would have the property owner grant that access through the revocable permit process. And we chose not to recreate that revocable permit in this license application, rather than just adopt it by reference. And I would agree that it's not perfect. It wasn't perfect at the time, but when I said it wasn't perfect, what I meant was it didn't include all these other kinds of restrictions that would be incorporated into a license that's provided to operate from the right-of-way in Oklahoma City. The piece that really works for us is that property owner authorization and the insurance piece that are provided in the revocable.
Okay.
So it's possible that that's just unique to Oklahoma and not in Texas.
It also gives us a way to know where they're going to be located, instead of just having them be dropped out on the sidewalk somewhere all over the city by 3 or 4 different companies.
I would say, based on what's been drafted here from a data sharing standpoint, I think you would know that regardless.
And that's the same thing for bicycles.
Okay.
And potentially, under Oklahoma law, the abutting landowner owns to the center of the street, subject to our easement. So potentially they could come in and try to object to a commercial use of an interest in property that they have. They still own it, subject to our easement.
So you're saying we have an easement, but we can't just parcel that easement out to commercial entities,
right,
without their permission.
Yes.
Interesting. Any other questions for Matt? There is another representative from a different company who wishes to speak. Okay. Thank you, Matt.
I did want to mention to another comment that he made regarding the approved dock reference. That's something we should have corrected, and it should say approved site rather than dock. We have no wish to require docks.
Okay. Fixed. All right. We've got Rob Greenleaf. Rob, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address and your company.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rob Greenleaf. I am currently staying at the Hyatt Place Northwest, but originally from San Jose, California, 144 South 3rd Street, and I'll be at the Hyatt for the next several weeks. We're really here just to... I prefer hotel. The Hyatt has a nice breakfast in the morning, so... I'm mainly here to address the cap. We're comfortable with many of the other things that have been shared with us as to what we should do, how to work with the city and the community to make sure we're properly placing our e-scooters where they've been approved. So today I just wanted to kind of come here and explain that we're super excited to serve Oklahoma City with our fleet of e-scooters. We haven't launched yet, but we are going through the proper channels to make sure that we do launch properly when we do. And we truly want to provide a genuine alternative to cars and supplement the city transit system with our electric scooters. I personally am the guy on the ground going business to business, property owner to property owner, getting letters of no objection signed and receiving permission to one day launch on their property or some part of the sidewalk out of the way of the pedestrian walkway in a proper place, maybe near a bike rack or somewhere where customers can find these scooters. We currently have support from your neighbors, namely Midtown, Paseo, Plaza, Deep Deuce, and Automobile Alley, just to name a few of them. We are in favor of phase-based deployment of our e-scooters, but we would not be able to serve the community or your city with just 75 scooters. The data just wouldn't be able to show a proper set of points to really give you an idea of what our scooters could do. Even with the bump to 25 additional scooters, we still will not be able to show the city what we are capable of and the benefits of allowing your residents to use e-scooters. 75 e-scooters cannot be a true transportation alternative, and at such a small deployment, we won't be able to reach any reliable operating level to truly make an impact on your city. We have major support from the residents around the city, including 60-plus business and property owners to date. I've personally signed and talked to these people myself and received letters of no objection. We have dozens more that are signing up every week. By the next time I come here to speak, most likely that number will be about 100 businesses and property owners. We want to meet the demand with a true transportation solution, but without more e-scooters, we can't properly serve your city. We want you to understand that we are a true partner of your city, and we have gone through the proper channels with the city to make this situation happen. We have asked permission from local property business owners, as I've mentioned, and again, to this date, we've got about 63 letters of no objections that we've submitted to the city. We absolutely understand the concern and are committed to only deploying at approved locations. We call them Lime Hubs. These are basically locations where every morning the city can expect our scooters to show up before 7 a.m. in front of approved locations. We would love to work with Oklahoma City to provide a much-needed transportation service, one that your community truly deserves. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Rob, I think it is entirely appropriate for us to thank you for not launching without proper permitting.
David, excuse me, may I?
Sure.
Ask? Sure. So what's the maximum speed of these scooters?
Technically, they can go up to 20 miles an hour. However, based on the city's request, in some cities we cap them at 15 miles or even 12.
Okay. So what's the range? How far or how long can a scooter run after being fully charged?
A fully charged scooter can go roughly 20 to 25 miles. It just depends on the weight of the person and whether or not they're going uphill.
And do you have some kind of a gauge that shows the life of the remaining charge?
Not only do our scooters have a gauge to show the battery life of the scooters, it'll show you the speed that you're going, and also the app as well will allow you to know when you approach the scooter whether it's fully charged or if it's at 50%, so you can make a decision based on how far you want to go, whether or not to choose that scooter versus the other one.
Okay, thank you.
Rob, you've read the ordinance that's being introduced for consideration. Is it my understanding from your comments that Lime does not have an issue with the revocable permit process described in...
We're more interested in working with you to do whatever we can to launch properly. I mean, sure, other cities have different rules and maybe easier to launch, but at this point I've already done the footwork to get the letters of no objection, and I'm more than happy to go and talk to more property owners who seem to be very happy to have us in their districts or regions, so long as we properly do it and so long as the city is okay with it.
Other questions for Rob?
Just, I don't know, a comment or a thought as we're talking about this cap and the number. You know, I understand that the economic viability might not be there if we've only got 75 versus something else, but and we've allowed in this ordinance for you to increase that number based on demonstrated ridership. Is there any approach that could be the opposite of that, that if you drop too many,
sure,
that there be a cap that would lower, you know, based on demonstrated ridership? I mean, my fear is not 250, but my fear is from 5 legitimate companies, 1,250 scooters piled around town. And if there's not demonstrated demand for that, how would we pull that back? So I guess that's what I'm asking. Is there a reverse way to deal with this?
I guess a couple of ways is just the sheer demand from the property owners who know their neighborhoods really well. The Plaza is one that comes to mind. They literally have a parking problem. They have these events where thousands of people come down to their city and they all drive one car each in some cases and totally park along the residential neighborhoods. Every property owner that have signed or business owner that I've talked to that has signed the letter of no objection has basically said this would be a great solution for the parking problem they have. So that's one aspect of understanding the demand. The other thing is we have the data. We have the ability to know how many rides, where they're going, how fast they're going, how often they're used every day. And I can't say specifically what we would be able to share, but that data is there, and we can work to share this with you to understand, is 50 scooters enough for the Plaza? Is it 75? Because right now, there's about 10 businesses signed up in the Plaza alone, each expecting 5 scooters to launch at some point very soon. If we were to be stuck with just 75, that means that maybe Deuce gets them and nobody else gets them. Or that maybe means each one of these regions gets 10 each, which doesn't really do anything for anybody other than people are upset that those 10 have disappeared the moment they were dropped at 7 a.m.
That is a problem.
And I guess another response would be that, Meg, that ultimately the free market maybe not immediately, but over time, the free market will, it's not going to be in their interest to have a glut of scooters that aren't being used. David?
Yeah, so the initial focus is on the downtown area and then the community surrounding downtown. Do you ever envision getting further out into the suburban areas of the city?
We actually would want to do that as well, because there are a lot of folks in certain parts of the city who don't necessarily live next to public transportation, don't have cars, don't really have the means to go anywhere maybe than the one convenience store that's near their house. With an e-scooter, not only do we have a program for low-income folks who can prove that they're on some sort of proper program that will qualify them, this would allow for them to basically go further into other communities, or to be able to make that meeting or that job interview that the bus or potentially the lack of a car prevented them from.
Yeah, I could see, depending on the pricing, that you could have somebody that may live 2 to 3 miles from a bus stop utilize the scooter to make it to that bus stop, and then, at the end of the day or whenever, get off and take the scooter back. So on special events, whether it's some kind of a sporting event or some concert or something like that, where there's a large number of people, I could see where that might be a convenient way to park 5+ miles away from the event and take a scooter to that event. You all envision that happening?
We can also work with, absolutely. So the Plaza and Paseo residents have already requested that we show up on their once-a-month events where they have maybe thousands of folks coming for the art walk or the Plaza. I'm not sure what the event's called, but not only for that, but for special events, whether it is a concert, whether it is a sporting event, we have the ability to deploy our vans and take scooters from areas where they may not be using, or take scooters we have in reserve in our warehouse with the permission of the city, and deploy them in the proper areas so that when we know there are more people in this area, we can instantly, within an hour, have more scooters there, and then, of course, take them away once the event is over, helping with parking.
Right. Now, this next comment, last time I'm going to speak.
Councilman, before you move on, I would like to mention that the scooters are required to operate in the street, and from my understanding, do not have headlights. So a customer should be aware that
Ours
if the
have
event that the
headlights.
sporting event comes after dark, that they might have a difficult time returning.
I'm sure ours and our competitors have lights. It's pretty much required everywhere else we are. They also have side lights and brake lights and things like that as well.
Now, I'm not suggesting we would do this, but it would certainly enhance the reach of our public transportation system, and maybe even in some instances, we work out some arrangement for people who utilize the scooter to get to public transportation, work out some kind of fee arrangement.
I personally live in San Jose, California, where pretty much everybody at this point, once they get off the bus, once they get off Caltran, is no longer walking 10 blocks to San Jose State. They're all hopping on Lime or some of the other guys that exist in that city. It's become a great way to not have to worry about parking, because as you may know, the Bay Area parking is ridiculous and very expensive. I personally have been able to leave my car at home, just knowing that I can hop on a scooter for $1 or $2 and make it on one side of the city and then back again. So it's a great solution. It's a micro-mobility, last-mile solution.
So is everybody that lives there under 60?
I'm sorry? My dad, who's 65, actually takes it to the Caltrain every morning.
But is there, can you set them up next to bus stops? I mean, that seems like a way to be...
In some cities, yes. I mean, in San Jose, we have right-of-way to put them anywhere on public property so long as they don't violate certain things like handicap spots or ramps or curbs. But every bus stop, parking lot, train station has them properly placed in places where they were approved, so that when people get off of these public transportation available modes, buses or trains, they then go from there, grab their scooter, and then take off, or a bike. In San Jose, they have electric bikes.
In your discussions with the city, have you talked about that logistically?
I personally haven't, but I just know how San Jose works. Like in San Jose, for example, it's not a matter of putting it like it would be here, specifically in front of a business. It's more, where most of them are placed mainly in front of transit, public transportation, parking lots around San Jose State University, places where people really are, where they really could use them. And that's our plan as well, to place them, in this case, in front of properties that have given us approval, but only in places where we find with the data that they're really needed. If after the first week, these 5 scooters over here in front of this business aren't being picked up, they're going to get rebalanced. They're going to be put over here in Bricktown because Bricktown has way more usage, or in front of the Dodger Stadium, because there's that much more usage there. I mean, we, on a daily basis, are rebalancing our scooters, obviously to make sure they're getting maximum use, but also just so they make sure they're not just sitting there, not being used, and not doing the community any good, just by being, book stops.
Well, I would hope that all the companies would look, I mean, we have the data on each bus stop and which one is the most utilized, so that would seem to be the priority on where to locate.
Yep. And that would just require that we have permission to put them there.
So does that require a revocable permit to put it next to a bus stop? It would.
I just want to be very careful. The ADA and federal transit regulations require us to maintain handicapped accessibility to those stops. So it's very important to us that not be obstructed by bicycles, scooters, any vehicle, personal or company-owned.
So how would you address
So
that?
one solution to that would be obviously not to put them right by the bus stop.
Right.
But maybe there's a cafe a couple of feet away that we've gotten permission to.
Right.
And we've kind of planned it that way so that people are going to know every morning, just visually, that that's where that's going to be. Every morning, 5 scooters are going to be next to Elemental Cafe, which might be a block away from the bus stop. But people will get trained, and they also have the app to identify that as well. So again, absolutely, we don't want to block the bus stop or locations where scooters shouldn't be, but if that means that 2 stores down, there's 5 scooters there every morning, people that are getting off a bus are going to snatch those up the moment they see them, and they're going to know that every morning those scooters are going to be there.
Great. Thank you. Any more questions for Rob? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I think Matt has asked to say one other thing.
I apologize. I wanted to make one thing abundantly clear. Bird has been granted multiple revocable permits to date for covering each of the scooters that are currently on the road, and I think well in excess of 100 letters of no objection have been signed, some of which have been submitted and approved for permitting, some of which have not yet. So those are, their team is also on the ground doing the exact same thing, because that is what the city is currently instructed us to do, and so we are doing that. Just wanted to make that abundantly clear.
Thank you. So I wanted to bring to our discussion, the limit issue is actually more timely than it may seem. It's in this ordinance, but also staff is following that same limit for its current process on revocable permits of 75. And as you heard, and I find it credible, the limit is a bit difficult to work a business model on for these things. And so one thing staff has said to me is if we're going to change the admittedly arbitrarily created limit, it might be healthy for them to have a vote today so they could go ahead and feel that they have the guidance to apply that in their current process. Obviously, it would change it in the ordinance, but the real intent would be to send a message to staff that we would envision right now a higher limit being employed for the revocable permit process. Is that, I'm kind of almost looking for nodding heads. Is that something we'd like to?
Are you saying just lift the cap for now and then we can come back and revisit it?
That's one option, lifting the cap entirely. Another would be make it 250 or some other number.
Then once we see the applications come in, we can see if we have a problem.
Sure.
I make a motion that we amend this to 250.
Okay, now, well, that sounds like, I'm not seeing much objection to that. But on a technical matter, we actually need to vote to introduce the ordinance, then we would have the amendment vote, correct? That's what you told me 5 minutes ago.
I would. I thought Francis was asking me about at the final hearing, but no, I would make the amendment first.
Okay.
And then vote on the amendment, and then pass the ordinance with the amendment.
Introduce the ordinance.
Introduce the ordinance with the amendment.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so we have a motion on the table, a motion and a second to amend the ordinance to lift the cap to 250. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
The only other thing is, what David brought up is so interesting to me. There's tons of empirical data about the distance you are from a transit stop, how far you have to walk. There's a very linear relationship in transit utilization going down. This could potentially change that, and I'm just wondering if those are put next to public transit stops, if maybe there is no cap on that. that if people want to couple with the city on our public transit stops throughout, I mean, you've got 620 square miles to work with, that there is no cap. And then I know it's difficult if you're talking about putting it next to a cafe next to it or something like that, but if the goal of that activity is to couple with our transit system throughout the city, then it seems like maybe no cap would be beneficial.
And just from my own experience, I've never been to a bus stop that we picked up more than 2 or 3 people, maybe 4. The further away from the downtown area you get now, certainly there's some high usage areas closer in that probably you would need a larger number, but out further away, I think if you had 5 or so out there, that probably would be sufficient. I'm just guessing.
Well, there are some, I mean, Jason, maybe, like Belle Isle, I think, is our highest utilized bus stop. I mean, you've got, by the Walmart there, you've got enormous numbers of people going through that one bus stop.
And I would suspect there's certain other bus stops that I just don't, the bus I use doesn't go across those areas, but yeah, I could envision where you could have a large number.
So, well, sure, Rob, come to the mic, but maybe that's a discussion for the ordinance, because that's probably a phase 2 for them anyways, going out into the transit stop, so probably not something they're looking to do immediately anyways.
This is just my opinion from working with Lime, but the bus stop issue is, people stop using the bus once they realize they've got to walk 10 blocks. They end up taking a car. But once the buses start supplying alternative last-mile solutions, you might see ridership because it becomes convenient again. People just are trained to take their car and go everywhere, but in cities where these e-scooters and e-bikes are implemented, especially the e-bikes, which we originally started off as, you are seeing people taking public transit a lot more. Instead of taking the train, I used to drive to San Francisco all the time. But now knowing that when I go to San Francisco, there are rentable scooters, motorized rentable scooters, and other things, granted they've recently been stopped, you do see people starting to actually use public transportation because the main issue is always, well, once I get off the bus and train, where do I go from there? I've got to walk. That's kind of where Uber comes in, but Uber is just another car, right? Having a scooter or a bike option might encourage more usage of the local transportation, buses and trains and so on. So that's all I want to say.
Councilman Shadid, what about maybe for the final ordinance, we consider something where there's like a limit within a geographic core of the city, and then if they're willing to put things out at near transit, within 300 feet of a transit stop, then we wouldn't want to put a limit on that, and maybe that.
Yeah, that'd be
probably more than we can hatch up here today, but something we could consider for the final ordinance.
I think it's worthy of study. But
okay. So would that still leave you comfortable with the amendment today, just getting the cap at 250 and leaving it basic? Okay.
Is it 250 per company?
Yeah, I guess that's, yeah. Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment, which we have a motion? Yeah, go ahead.
And how do we come up with 250? I mean, is that at their suggestion, our suggestion, other cities?
Rob, come on back up. Yeah, I mean, that was, I think they've both thrown out that number to me.
250 for us at least was, we looked at sort of the districts we thought we'd want to launch in. The plaza, easily 40 to 50 scooters. And then wherever else you can reach from the plaza. Deep Deuce, same thing. Midtown, same thing. Not to mention all of the outer parts of Oklahoma City that aren't really represented in where originally we're going to launch. So we decided 250 because we felt that would be enough to at least get things started in this sort of more popular downtown areas. And then once we receive more approval, we would quickly ship more scooters to then service the outer areas that usually don't get serviced to begin with. So that's where we came up with 250. But
Does Dallas have a cap, or do you know other cities have a cap?
Off the top of my head, I don't want to give numbers, but I know most cities are at 500, 1,000, and it's not a matter of being capped. It's just a matter of how many scooters we feel we need to put there to service them. There are some cities that do have caps. Other cities don't. It's just more about making sure they're deployed properly. But I think 250 would be a great way for us to at least prove to you with the data what we can do and what Bird can do. And then after that, you could decide whether or not it made sense to extend our cap to 500 so we could then service the outer areas of Oklahoma City instead of just the downtown tourist areas.
Okay, and looks like Matt would like to respond for Bird.
To Councilman Shadid, to your point about transit stops, look, we want to be where people are. And so I think where you have higher utilizations at transit stops, absolutely, we'd love to to be a part of that, to be that first mile, last mile transportation solution for Oklahoma City citizens. So, yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? All right. Well, seeing none, we'll cast our votes on the amendment. Passes unanimously. That leaves us with the actual introduction of the ordinance as amended. Is there any further discussion on that? Motion and a second. This would introduce it, set a public hearing at our next meeting, and then a final hearing at the meeting following that. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, cast our votes. Passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, I may request of you, if you'd be gracious enough, to move up item Q.
Okay.
If we lose a vote, we might be in trouble.
Okay.
We need 7 votes to approve that. And this is the companion item to the article that Craig Freeman gave this morning regarding the issue of the refunding of the bonds for the fairgrounds.
Okay.
And I'm just... Well,
I'm happy to do that. Is Councilman Griner gone?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I move item 9Q up. You had a motion and a second. This requires 6 to incur indebtedness, 7 to waive competitive bidding. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And received the required 7 votes. Okay. That brings us back. Where were we?
To marijuana. Continuing in the theme of things we weren't dealing with last year.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so this is item 9I. This is ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing September 11th, final hearing September 25th, relating to miscellaneous provisions and offenses, amending Chapter 30 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code, et cetera. And yes, this is a follow-on to the recently passed state question on medical marijuana. This is the first of 3 steps in regards to this ordinance.
Chief Bill City is here today to give us a quick overview.
Okay.
Hopefully, I just want my 3 minutes. And hopefully marijuana's not associated with riding the scooters. So, the ordinance that we're proposing, and really the ordinance reduces the maximum penalty for the possession of marijuana. We'd actually looked at this and started looking at this prior to the state law. It was timely because it does have some relationship to it, but not because of it. So the recommendation we're making is to lower the fine of the possession of marijuana to $400. It was set at a maximum of $1,200 and 6 months in jail. So by lowering it to $400, this allows us basically to take it out of that court of record trial, and just we're able to sign citations for possession of marijuana. Now that will be if they don't have a state permit or license that allows them to have it for medical use. So anything where they wouldn't have that, then that would apply, and we could write them a ticket. We wouldn't take them to jail. We could write them in the field and release. So it was part of our kind of cite and release process also. The other part of that is paraphernalia. Paraphernalia was set at possession of paraphernalia was $200 first offense, $1,200 second offense, and up to 6 months in jail. We just want to reduce that to a $200 fine. Also, we would write a citation for possession of that, as long as they don't have a state license or permit for medical use. The only other part of that ordinance is that the criminal penalty for the possession of marijuana in accordance with having a state license with the state of Oklahoma without a valid prescription, that definition is also going to be harmonized within our state, in our city ordinance, to meet those same things in the state ordinance. Questions?
Chief, if you have marijuana and paraphernalia, it's 2 sets of fines?
It could be 2 sets of fines, but tickets, it could be like a traffic citation, and they would have to show up in court. We would no longer. Right now, we're taking all possessions of marijuana. It would be a Class B offense, and it would actually they would be arrested. We've been arresting every one of them. This will stop that practice.
Chief, my question is in reference to specified amounts.
Really, possession of marijuana, for medical reasons, it's like up to 3 ounces. But the issue here is if they don't have a medical marijuana license, the amount's really not going to matter. They can be written a citation for possession of marijuana with this. So we will not be getting into the amount written. It'll actually be possession of marijuana, then you'll be written a citation if you don't have a license.
At some point, you reach the level of intent to distribute.
Yeah, that's a lot larger than 3 ounces, so.
Okay.
And that would be a state law offense. Now, I mean, if there's anything over that, really, if it's over with the state law, which is 3 ounces, possession of 3 ounces, if it's anything over that, it would have to be fairly significant before we would arrest somebody on a state violation with intent. Now, they may be arrested on state violation for having more than the amount that's allowed in the state license, but not necessarily with intent.
So a license, is that going to be like a driver's license? You have to have it on you, or can you look it up?
Well, they're going to have some way of showing that they have one. So there's still a lot of work to be done, and there's still a lot of evaluation. Things will have to be, with us, will have to be tweaked as they finalize a lot of the regulations with that state licensing. There's still some things up in the air, so.
So are we ready for this?
Yes.
Or should we wait?
We are for our ordinance, because the ordinance really, like I said, if it's possession of marijuana, they can't have it now. If they haven't gotten their state license, they're going to be in violation of they're not supposed to have marijuana if they don't have a license. So they can't do that. So it applies now. I mean, we can put them in jail right now for possession of marijuana.
Yeah.
Under the old ordinance. Under the current ordinance, we can put them in jail for that now, and it would be under the other fine. This will change that, which will allow us just to write them a citation for a lot less, and we can do that right now in spite of what's going on with the state.
I really wish to commend you, Chief. Really, it's good.
No, this is part of the cite and release and some of the other things we're doing, so this was part of that, and then, of course, the state medical law came along, and we have to make a few changes in our ordinance to address that. But this was in the works and really is not directly related to that. This is the city's ordinance, because possession of marijuana is still a violation unless they're going to have that license, and always has been.
Councilman McAtee.
Procedural question. What we're doing today, though, is just introducing this, so nothing changes today.
That's correct.
Or does it change in 2 weeks? It doesn't change until 4 weeks.
This is just introduction.
Chief City, some people, might base their understanding of these laws on what happens in Colorado, and I think in Colorado, their cities have massive regulatory authority to make all kinds of discretionary decisions, and what we're doing here is fairly minor, right? We're really just trying to...
This is amending an ordinance we have, and we're just actually saying that we're not going to be putting in jail for possession of marijuana. Right. And I think it's a better decision at this time. I mean, medical marijuana's been passed. Colorado has legal marijuana, actually, which is a little different than medical. So they have a whole different set of issues.
Right. But I think, I say this out loud just so people understand that what we're deciding here at the local level is relatively minor compared to what they may have observed in other states, where again, in Colorado, the cities there make big decisions based on their what they can do and what they allow in their city with marijuana, and we really that's all been taken away from us. So.
Absolutely.
But it's significant in that we're no longer imprisoning people for what is legal in the state right next to us. I mean, I think, to me, that's a cause for celebration, and it's a big step forward. The idea that we would incarcerate people for this, it's long.
We're still holding them accountable. Right. We're not putting them in jail, but they still have to be accountable for breaking what we consider is still a violation of the law. And I never really understood. I never have been happy with the paraphernalia law. I've always thought that was a little bit over the top, and the law actually said a second offense, and it's a $1,200 fine and 6 months in jail. To me, that's even more extreme than what we had with our marijuana laws. So,
well, would it make sense that, as Meg was saying, I mean, if somebody has possession, but they also have paraphernalia, they're using the paraphernalia. I mean, can we just give 1 ticket instead of 2?
Well, we could. We could do away with the paraphernalia altogether. In most cases, what you have is you have residue and things like that in the pipe and those types of things. So, I mean, you could do that, and the judge could actually say, dismiss 1, when they go to court once I had both. So that, that could be up to the judge's discretion. And I'd probably recommend at this time, at a later date, if we decide to even amend it even further, maybe see how this works. But the judge always has discretion to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Chief City? All right, thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
We do need a motion to introduce this ordinance for consideration. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That will come up again in 2 weeks. Now we have items 9J, 9K, and 9L, which are all related to streetcar, correct?
Correct, and Jason Fairbush is going to give us a very short summary of these three ordinances.
So I always like to state it out loud. So 9J is ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing September 11th and final hearing September 25th, relating to miscellaneous provisions and offenses, amending Chapter 30, etc. Jason, you're going to talk about J, K, and L all at once, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so looking at J, K, and L on your agenda, all introductory proposed ordinance changes related to supporting Oklahoma City streetcar operations. I can just, again, I'll go through it quickly, but I'll start with item J. So this has to do with Chapter 30, specifically Section 43, Public Conveyances, Failure to Pay Fine.
Fair.
I'm sorry, failure to pay fare. So this section here deals with public conveyance, so the use of whether it be taxis, public transit, whatever. Folks are obviously expected to pay the customary charge or whatever that fare is. This section of the ordinance does include streetcar and bus, and what we're doing is we're amending the ordinance to further define failure to pay fare. So it's not only just boarding, for example, a public transit vehicle without paying a fare, but it's also not getting off of a public transit vehicle when you're required to do so. And that really relates to streetcar, because if you'll remember with the single trip pass, there's a time limit on that for $1. So you could technically board and pay your fare, but if you don't get off the streetcar when your pass is expired, it's essentially fare evasion. And then the other thing we're addressing here is also the coming of mobile ticketing. Making sure that any attempt to try to fraudulently use mobile ticketing or paper transit pass of any form is also considered to be fare evasion. Chapter 32, this is motor vehicles and traffic. We have several sections that we're looking at here. I'll run through them rather quickly. So 32, Section 1, we're adding, or I should say we're amending to add a definition of streetcar. 32, Section 79, this is streetcar signal lights, and this is how we're accounting for the unique traffic signals that will be along the streetcar route in certain locations. These signal lights only apply to streetcar operators and streetcar vehicles. But we do need to address them in the ordinance because the streetcar operators are expected to comply with these traffic signals. So very quickly, you'll have a horizontal bar, which is basically a stop indicator. So for a motorist, that's basically a red light. You have the vertical bar, which is a go signal, or again, for an automobile, you could think of that as a green light. And then we have a diagonal bar, which indicates a diverging movement. Basically, it alerts the streetcar operator that he or she is going to be making a move that is not along the normal route. We have some areas where we have turnbacks where they may not stay on the normal route. When you're coming off of Reno to go back to Hudson, not necessarily on the normal route. So there'll be some diverging movements. Chapter 32, Section 80, we're specifying that Public Works may mark streetcar traffic lines on the roadway surface, place whatever types of markers and signs are also needed. Reasons for this is, one, there's a couple of areas, as you'll recall, on the streetcar alignment where the streetcar will dwell in its own area of the traffic lane, particularly at Dewey, which is a terminus or a dwell point, and also Joe Carter. So that pavement will be striped and identified as streetcar only. We're also going to look at painting some lines on the intersections to further to provide further guidelines to motorists and to cyclists to alert them as to where the streetcar will be turning as it enters an intersection. Also, Chapter 32, Section 236, we're amending to allow for streetcars to make some of the unique turns. Basically, a streetcar can make a right turn from the right curbside lane into the center lane, or a streetcar can make a left turn away from the lane nearest to the center line, or the far right lane to basically any lane. And just real quick, I have just a couple of examples here. You can see this is a case on Hudson where the streetcar is actually in the right lane, turning onto Sheridan. It'll be in the center lane. And then on the next slide, you can see an example here coming off of Robinson from the lane to the center lane into the outside lane. So again, not the typical movement of motorists, so we have to accommodate these special movements for streetcar. And then looking at Chapter 32, there's also just a few changes related to Sections 99, 304, 401, and 408. And basically, that's just identified where streetcars can and cannot be, whether it be loading zones and such. And then finishing up Chapter 34, this has to do with noise, and we're adding language to allow an exemption for streetcar work. In the event we have to make some track slab repairs or bring some equipment in during the night when we're not in service, we want to be exempt from those noise requirements. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Move to introduce.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so that's a motion and a second on item 9J. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9K, ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing September 11th, final hearing September 25th, relating to motor vehicles and traffic, etc. Motion?
Move the item.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9L, ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing September 11th, final hearing September 25th, relating to noise, amending Chapter 34 of the Code. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We are now at 9M1. This is the public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. And we actually do have someone who has signed up to speak. Ella Reese. Ella, no doubt, exhibited enormous patience, but gave up eventually. So I kind of wish I knew what she wanted to say. But her house is M1C. Do you know, Charles, what that would have been about? Do you know what Ella Reese wanted to do? Did you talk to her?
We did not.
Okay. All right. Well, this is the public hearing. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak about any of these items? Okay. All right, then. Seeing no one wishing to speak, I would entertain a motion for 9M2, a resolution declaring that the structures are dilapidated.
Move the item.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9N1, this is the public hearing regarding unsecured structures, except for the ones that were deferred at the beginning of the meeting. And there is someone who has signed up. Is this correct? Yes. 9N1, I don't know the exact item number, but David Box has signed up to speak.
E and F, I believe.
E and F? Okay.
Good afternoon, David Box, again, 522 Colcord Drive. I am here today on behalf of the landowner. Mr. Dick Tannenbaum is the owner of this property. It's the Lincoln Plaza building. Eric Gummerson and his office is here as well. This is a property that I've been involved with for quite some time. We went and rezoned it several years ago to turn this into a multifamily housing project. Because of the unique nature of the structure, there is a significant challenge that my client faces with the financial component of making this thing work. So he has had to engage in a series of exploratory financing vehicles to make the numbers work, and they are just now in a position where they are getting close to wrapping that up. Historic tax credits both at the state and federal level, and many other sources. So what I can report is we anticipate starting construction by the end of this year or the first 2 weeks of next year. We recognize there's a problem. We've gone and hired security that is there on a nightly basis. We have installed fence, and inevitably what we are required to do each morning is put the fence back up. All I can say is we're doing everything we can. We're happy to work with staff on a solution that they believe possible. We tried to secure that meeting prior to council today. We still have that offer on the table. We'd love to go meet to find a solution to this, but until we start construction, we're going to continue to pay the security and replace the fence when it falls. But again, there is hope on the near horizon, in that once construction starts, we believe some of these problems will resolve themselves. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. It's been a while, so just for purposes of what this will be, again, this is a rendering that was included as part of our rezoning application, and they're looking forward to getting started into this year.
So what are you asking us to do today?
I'd ask that you strike it. Let us meet with staff. Let us come up with a solution. Again, it's a temporary solution we're looking for because we anticipate construction starting here in the next several months.
Our concern has been, I think staff's concern as well, is just the movement and having this project move forward. And in terms of last time we talked, you said you were going to come up with a reasonable timeline, and I suggested 60, 90 days. What does that timeline look like now?
So what we're projecting is end of this year, when they have lined everything out, because I tasked my client with doing that, and what they have found is end of this year, first part of next year, looks like the reasonable time frame when everything will be done, contractors are in the building starting the demolition.
Staff, your concerns?
Well, this is what happened a few years ago, where they've secured the bottom level and put the fencing around it to secure the property. What we found is, when it was complained about, we inspected, the fence was down in various locations, and there's numerous openings all over the complex. They've secured the bottom floor and re-erected the fence. It's really up to the council. I mean, we could defer it for the 60 or 90 days to get it back on track and see where we are from then, if you prefer to do that.
What you're seeking is a deferral, like for 180 days? What you're asking
Well, I
for?
mean, and we'll go out, like I said, if staff can go out there with us and tell us exactly what they want for us to be in compliance, I mean, we are moving forward. The client intends to start this project within the time frame I described. So I guess I'm not sure at the alternative. I mean, if it is, in fact, declared unsecured, I mean, my client is still moving forward. So what we'd like to do is just have a dialogue with staff to know what we need to do to get them happy.
I think it's important to have you guys come back, I don't know, after 90 days, come back and let us see if we're making progress and if we're securing the structure so that we see some movement in reference to this going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for 90 days, but yeah, with the understanding that they will not have started in 90 days, but that they're keeping up their end of the bargain with making sure that it is secured and making sure that they have a plan. In 90 days, they can tell us better when the actual start date of construction is going to be. If we do it 120, we've been dealing, I think, I've not been on council that long, but we've been dealing with this for a number of months, and so I think my intent is to make sure they're coming back to give us an update along with staff that things are progressing and moving forward. I think it's important for us to have that. I don't want to get too far out because then we're almost at the date where they should be starting.
What's the?
So I'm saying.
She's trying to pick a specific date when we come back.
But
what's the meeting date?
Specific date. Okay.
8 weeks is November 20, is October 20. That's 8 weeks. And then the meeting 3 months out,
push it?
Okay.
Could we push that back one more meeting because of the inability for us to file anything that Thanksgiving week? Because everything's closed Thursday and Friday is when we would our filing. Right. But we have to file after it. We could push it back the week before or after.
So the best date, Francis, is what?
And if it matters at all, I'm out of town November 20th.
Okay. November 6th?
I'm out of, yeah.
No, November 6th.
But that should be fine.
Okay? That's a motion. I move to defer until November 6th.
All right, and so that's a deferral of items 9N, 1, E, and F. We've got a motion. Do we have a second? Yes. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Items are deferred to November 6th. That leaves us, we're still on the public hearing for 9N1. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on any of these items? Save the ones that were just deferred and the ones that were deferred at the beginning of the meeting. Then we've got a motion for a resolution declaring structures are unsecured, and we've got a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
The Lincoln properties are back here.
Oh, okay. All right, so those two properties appear also under items 901. They are items C and D. So would you like to make, well, we lost our Ward 7 councilman. All right, November the 6th. Okay, we've got a motion and a second to defer those to November 6th. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Stop leaving, people. We're going to run out of council members. Okay, so that leaves us, we're on the public hearing for items under 9N01. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on any of these items? Seeing none, we've got a motion for the resolution declaring that the buildings are abandoned. Of course, this is save the ones that were just deferred and the ones that were deferred at the beginning of the meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously, such as it is. And we are now at 9P. This actually was not deferred at the beginning of the meeting, was it? It was at the beginning? Yes. Okay, it was a different one. Yeah, so that's already been struck. 9Q we already handled. 9R was struck at the beginning of the meeting. That takes us to 9S. Do we still wish to do that? Okay. So we're going to enter into executive session on advice of the municipal councilor to receive confidential communications regarding OKC versus Mimosa. I would need a motion. Okay, got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We will handle that at the end of the meeting. 9T. Yes. Still yes? Okay. Enter into executive session on advice of the municipal councilor to receive confidential communications regarding OKC versus 23 SAC, et cetera. Did I hear a motion? And a second. Seeing no discussion, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then we've got 9U. Still want to do it? Yes. Okay. Enter to executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiations with FOP, IAFF, and AFSCME. Motion? Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We will also handle that executive session at the end of the meeting. Item 9V, apparently there was some notice issues, and this has come up since the beginning of the meeting, so this was not deferred earlier, so technically we typically take a vote in this case, right? Yes. So this would be deferred to the next meeting in 2 weeks?
September 11th.
September 11th. So denial. Everything under 9V, yes, all the claims. So I would entertain a motion to defer. Got a motion second. Seeing no discussion, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And that takes us now to item 10A1, claims recommended for approval. Do we need executive session? No. We do not. Is there anyone here to speak on these items? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. We've got a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And now we are at item 11, items from council. We'll start with you, Councilman Shadid.
Please, everybody go vote. Polls are up until 7 o'clock.
Yes, and actually, I don't know if he left for good, but it would be kind of tragic if it was his last meeting and we didn't get to say anything, but, okay, well, if it is his last meeting, we'll bring him back in 2 weeks or at some point and thank him for his service.
It wouldn't be his last meeting, would it? Don't we have to
Well,
certify the vote before it's his last meeting?
No.
Friday, the election board would certify.
Oh, right.
This political prognosticator thinks it's unlikely that it's his last meeting, but we don't know that for sure. So we shall see how that turns out today. That brings us to city manager reports. Item A, you wish to defer?
Right, we'll bring that back at another time on the presentation on council priorities, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on the remainder of the reports.
Yeah, the other reports are in written form at the website at our agenda on okc.gov if you wish to see them. No votes are required. Citizens to be heard. Yes, she withdrew. Is there any citizen here who wishes to be heard? Seeing none, we will now go into executive session on the items previously approved, and we'll be back.